Okay, everybody ready to get started? All right, the time is now 5 p.m. on February 5th, and the February 5th, 2024, the Community Development Committee meeting is now called to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Chairman Hayes,
Present.
Alderman Newsom, Alderman Florian,
Present.
Alderman Donenworth,
Here.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Thank you. Minutes. Can I have a motion and a second for approval of the meeting minutes from the January 2nd, 2024 Community Development Committee meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
First by Alderman Turner, second by Alderman Donenworth. Roll call, please. Thank you. You're right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Wonderful. Agenda item number. Got it. Okay. Agenda item number 2. Can I have a first and a second to open the public hearing?
Make
So
the motion.
moved.
Second motion.
First by Alderwoman Florian, second by Alderman Turner. Is this a voice vote, or do we need a roll call?
Voice vote. Actually, you can just declare you can declare a public hearing open without a vote.
Oh, lovely.
You
Okay.
need a vote to close it, but you can just open it.
Okay. The public hearing on renewing and extending the moratorium on text amendment applications from private parties pending adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance is now called to order. Are there any members of the audience that wish to address the committee regarding the public hearing? Okay, there being none, are there any questions or comments? Is this the shortest public hearing that we've ever had?
We're not going to get away that easy.
Okay.
What?
If nobody has anything to add?
No, I mean, I know from our briefing on Thursday, and what's written here before me, I understand that we want a moratorium on private parties, on citizens requesting any text amendment changes until the Unified Development Ordinance is published sometime later this year. And my question is, so if a citizen or resident comes to staff and says, I would like to make an amendment, and the staff will say, no, there's a moratorium. And then that resident would come to their alderman and say, hey, I'd like to make an amendment. Staff won't let me. Why don't you do it? And then the alderman says, staff, I'd like to make an amendment, and then it would go through. So it sounds like having a moratorium on this would be moot, and it would add another hurdle for residents to go over in order to get the amendment done. They still get it done or get it up for consideration. So I don't know that this is going to be of any value. Did you folks in the audience hear me? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Turner. Any response or any additional comments or questions?
Would you like me to respond?
Sure.
So I would just say to that it is possible that a citizen could come to an alderman and make a request, but there's not a guarantee that the alderman would agree that they wanted to submit that text amendment request. The alderman would have to fill out the application and apply for it, just as the one that's on your agenda tonight, I applied for it as the Director of Planning and Zoning. So somebody would have to sign it. And so if you as the alderman for that constituent agreed that that made sense universally to change the code, for clarification or whatever purpose, then yes, you could go forward with it. But I don't think it's a done deal or a moot point. It's not automatic that that would happen.
Thanks, Noel.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments or questions? Okay, can I get a motion in a second to close the public hearing at 5:05?
Motion to close.
Second.
Okay, first by Alderman Turner, second by Alderwoman Florian. Roll call, please.
You can do voice vote to close it.
Ken, I misunderstood the directions. Okay, my apologies. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed at 5:06. Audience time. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address the committee. Are there any members of the audience that wish to address the Community Development Committee? There being none, and there being no old business, we are moving on to new business. Can I have a first and a second for Agenda Item A?
First.
Second.
All right, first by Alderman Donilworth, second by Alderman Turner. Agenda Item A is a ordinance renewing and extending a moratorium on text amendment applications from private parties pending adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance. Are there any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Chairman Hayes.
Aye. Motion passes. Agenda Item B. Can I have a first and a second for Item B?
First.
Second.
First by Alderman Donilworth, second by Alderman Turner. Agenda Item B is an ordinance approving amendments to the Historic Preservation Ordinance. Are there any questions? No questions. A roll call, please.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Chairman Hayes.
Aye. Have a first and second for Agenda Item C.
First.
First by Alderman Turner,
Second.
second by Alderwoman Florian. Agenda Item C is an ordinance approving zoning calendar number 2736, a text amendment to Section 4.18 of the zoning ordinance regarding the co-location of cannabis business establishments to allow the co-location of a recreational cannabis craft grower and a recreational cannabis processing organization in the I-1 Restricted Industrial and I-2 General Industrial Districts. Are there any questions? There being no questions, roll call, please.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Chairman Hayes.
Aye. Agenda Item D. Can I have a first and a second?
First.
Second.
First by Alderman Donilworth, second by Alderman Turner. Agenda Item D is an ordinance approving zoning calendar number 2737 through number 2737 through 2740, granting variances and conditional use permits for the establishment and operation of a recreational cannabis craft grower facility and a recreational cannabis processing facility at 345 North Lakewood Avenue. Are there any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Chairman Hayes.
Aye. Agenda Item E. Could I have a first and a second?
First.
Second.
All right, first from Alderwoman Florian, a second from Alderman Donilworth. Agenda Item E is an ordinance creating a Class A tavern liquor license and granting associated video gaming for Casey's Corner LLC located at 1540 North Green Bay Road. Are there any questions? I believe the petitioner is here, if anybody has any questions. No? Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Chairman Hayes.
Aye. That is it for new business, reports and communications and information. There being none, can I get a motion to adjourn at 5:09?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
First by Alderman Turner, second by Alderwoman Florian. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? We are adjourned at 5:10. Thank you.
Since the clock is the, what you call it?
You ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the Waukegan City Council's Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting at roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Felix.
Present.
Alderman Bowden.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Alderman Newsom.
All right, we do have a quorum. Let us begin. Opening items, approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, excuse me, from our January 16, 2024 meeting as presented. To approve the minutes of the Infrastructure, Public Works Committee Infrastructure meeting from January 16th, 2024 as presented.
I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Bolton and Alderman Martinez. All right, audience time. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address this committee regards an item on the agenda for tonight? Okay. There is no old business. Moving into new business. Item A, like a motion for a resolution approving the award of the fiscal year 2024 LSLR road program to Schroeder Asphalt Services Incorporated for a not to exceed amount of $4,480,318.88.
I so move.
Motion by
Second.
Alderman Bolton, second by Alderman Felix. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bowden.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item B, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving construction engineering services for the fiscal year 2024 LSLR road program with Robinson Engineering per section 2-458 subsection I subsection 4 subsection professional services for a not to exceed amount of $242,000. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Martinez. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bowden.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item C, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Waukegan and the City of North Chicago for an emergency water supply interconnect.
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Felix. And are there any questions?
I understand this is a 2-year contract.
I will have the Water Department Director answer that.
Thank you.
Good evening. So this will be for a 20-year contract,
20. Oh, 20.
and it's only for emergency situations.
Thank
So
you.
what that means is for 20 years, if North Chicago or Waukegan, either city has an emergency water supply issue that the other city, we would supply to North Chicago, or vice versa, they would supply to us. What was the cost on that one? What was the fee?
Yeah, this is the whole, once we approve it, we'll send it to North Chicago, and then they're gonna present it to their council for approval also, and then we're gonna construct, right now, there's only a valve there that we can open and close, but we need to get a vault installed and a meter.
Thanks, Antonio. All right, any other questions?
Alderman Turner, were you asking what the fee was?
Yes.
So the fee is whichever party, whether it be North Chicago or Waukegan, is providing the water, it will be charged at their current water rate plus 10%.
Plus 10%. Great, thank you.
That applies both ways, so.
Okay. So if we give water to North Chicago, they will pay our rate plus 10%. And then if they give us water, we pay their rate plus 10%.
Yeah, and the idea behind the 10% is that the water department does basically a water budget of how much they're producing at any time to satisfy our existing customers. And so if there was a need to supply, either that 10% basically deals with the extra cost.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Counselor. All right, any other questions?
I have a question,
Yes, sir.
and this is just since you're from the water department. Had recently a constituent ask if there were any, just to clarify, right? If there were any kind of increases into their bill,
To whose bill?
the residents, for
Did
water,
our rate increase?
the
at
water
all?
bill.
Did our rate increase?
Our water rates increase every year. So that's why it's, our rate plus 10%.
And when was that raised? Like
It's every May 1st.
May 1st? Okay. Just so in case someone asks, they'll know, like, hey, to expect something around that time, not now, currently.
It's
Correct.
it's in the ordinance also, so they can look at the ordinance, and it's in there.
I have one.
Rates are increased as part of the budgeting process. So that's one of it goes into the Water Enterprise Fund, which helps pay for our water systems. So when the Public Works Water Department determines how much they're going to need to maintain the water system, that's where they also determine what the rate will going to be.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I had some constituents asking, like, hey, has there been a raise? I'm looking at my water bill, but no, not yet. Not till we determine that in May.
May 1st, every May 1st, there's a water rate.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I'd like a roll call, please.
I have one more. I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
should have asked this during my briefing. But what is the function, or what is a vault
vault
in
is
terms of
just,
the mechanic?
Where you open up where the meter is inside. It's,
Basically a hole in the ground,
yeah,
they put
basically
concrete
a
in
hole
there,
that's
they
cut into the,
make a little room.
I'm sorry, it's two people talking. I apologize. Again.
basically, it's just a hole where you open up a hatch and where you can get in access where the meter is and the valves for construction, for people to get in and out.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Is that it? All right,
Yes,
roll
thank
call,
you.
please.
Alderman Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Felix,
Aye.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes. Like a motion for adjournment.
I so move.
Motion
Second.
by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Felix. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 5:41.
Okay, can I have all aldermen back to their seats, please? Okay, it is now 6:01, and we'll be starting the Committee of the Whole. Can I have roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Alderman Felix.
Present.
Alderman Newsome. Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Present.
Alderman Florian.
Present.
Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye, present.
Alderman Guzman.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a first and a second to the motion to approve the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes from Tuesday, January 16th, 2024?
Motion.
Alderman Donnerworth was the first, second, Alderman Martinez. Okay, again, it's a motion to approve the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes from Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any audience time pertaining to this particular agenda?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Old business. Can I have a first and a second to hear the prohibition of sale of unregulated hemp products? This one was one that was sponsored by me and held over at the January 16th Committee of the Whole. This is an ordinance that other communities are adopting, and right now what we have done is put it as for tobacco, so it would be for gas stations and like tobacco stores. I know there was some discussion whether it needed to be on all retail. That would be hard to enforce because we have tobacco officers that come in and do periodic checks, but we don't have somebody for that for all retail. If we were going to do that, that would have to be assigned out of our code enforcement, which would mean a bigger cost to the city to do that. So the reason that this has come up is this has been very prevalent in other communities, and I think I'll have corporate counsel talk about that. But what this is when it is heated, it changes it to a THC product. So corporate counsel, would you like to discuss it?
Yeah, and I think it'd be useful to advance the slides to the last slide for item 3A, the one that's titled Impact of Proposed Amendments. Perfect, right there. So last time we spoke about this proposal, there are a number of these products that are very similar to cannabis, but due to their chemical composition and the way they are synthesized, are distinct from the form of cannabis that is regulated and sold at dispensaries like Ivy Hall or Planet 13. These forms of unregulated hemp are derived from agricultural hemp and exist in a rather blatant loophole that avoids any sort of inspection, regulation, or taxation. And these products have tended to pop up in vape shops, gas stations, and other businesses. There is, under the law, whether it be federal or state or local ordinance, no regulation of these products with regard to the sale, the age that someone can purchase these, where it can be sold, any distance limits from schools, any limitations on the type and content of advertising, any regulations about the packaging and labeling. And so the proposal as originally brought forth would prohibit any retailer from holding a tobacco license from selling these. Why did we originally craft this proposed amendment that way? It's pretty simple. The city already does tobacco checks on these retailers to ensure compliance with the city's tobacco regulations, and that's where the majority of these unregulated products are being sold. That said, the city, under its home rule power, has a number of options. Some of these were discussed at the last committee of the whole meeting. Those options would include imposing a city-wide ban, preventing any retailer from selling these. The mayor alluded to one of the challenges there is that we do not tend to do retail checks across the board. We only tend to do the compliance checks with specifically licensed retailers, namely retailers who sell alcohol, to make sure that they're not selling alcohol to underage folks, and retailers who have a tobacco license for the same exact reason. But there is nothing under our legal authority as a home rule community that would prevent us from banning these citywide. Other alternatives, which are listed on the screen above you, and these were things that were discussed by Alderman Guzman and others, would be to impose regulations that mirror the state cannabis regulations. So you would set a purchase age limit, whether it be 18 or 21. You could also choose to impose the same requirements on the sale of these as on cannabis dispensaries. Under the state law and the city's ordinances, anyone selling cannabis in a dispensary is required to get a conditional use permit, so they have to go through zoning. They may not be located within 1,000 feet of the property line of a pre-existing public or private nursery school, preschool, primary, secondary school, licensed child care facility, public park, public library, recreational center, or arcade. You cannot conduct any on-site consumption. As I said previously, cannabis dispensaries may not sell to anyone under the age of 21. So those are your alternatives. You could go broader, or you could regulate similar to how cannabis dispensaries, put them on equal footing. Alderman Guzman had previously asked if the city could impose a specific tax on these products. The city does not have the ability to separately tax these products without statutory authority. That was a very long answer to a short question, Mayor. So I will cede the floor now and let everybody else talk.
Okay, if you can raise your hand so that I can find who is up first. Alderman Guzman.
Okay. The reason why I asked for this amendment, basically, like Stu, Corporation Counsel just said, it is a legal product. The state might bring it up in the next session or not, might impose the same regulations as cannabis and try to get the extra revenue off of that. But while in the meantime that the state has it regulated, I don't believe it should be banned altogether. It should be regulated. I proposed 18 years old. I'm willing to go to 21, but I feel that 18 is appropriate age. I mean, you're basically able to go to war or be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole at 18. So why? I feel that if we go forward with this and ban this altogether, I feel that it'll be mute because, I mean, you have surrounding municipalities that don't have this ban. We're talking North Chicago, Gurnee, Beach Park, Round Lake, Zion. So basically, if we ban it here, we're actually losing the revenue while other cities have not caught up to it. Unless there's a statewide ban, I mean, it's basically mute to even ban it because they could just go to another city, buy it, and then the other city gets the revenue, bring it over here, and then smoke it all they want. So that's why I believe it should be moved forward. I mean, with a license, a separate license, at I believe it's probably like $500, and we get the revenue off of that way, instead of just banning it all the way. And keep basically the same regulations as the cannabis statute, except for the age limit. I would like 18, but like I said, I'm willing to move to 21.
Any other, Alderman Florian?
So, no surprise, I'm not really in favor of this. I was just looking at the difference between brain development at 18 and 21. I mean, we don't sell alcohol till you're 21. Why would we sell this product at 18? I mean, and even though it's quote unquote technically a legal product, I just think the legislation hasn't caught up with this yet. I mean, it seems to me that you're taking what is a legal consumption and changing it into something else. And I don't know that we have the capacity to enforce this. I mean, we talk about this all the time about how we pass things and then we won't have the ability to enforce it anyway. And we're talking about places where younger people go, right? Like, so I think we're better off taking the mayor's lead on this, banning it, and waiting for the state to catch up with the parameters and the definitions and so on.
Alderman Guzman?
Like you just said, Alderman Florin, it's not regulated and we can't enforce this. So here's the thing. Okay, so if we ban it, that's all we can do is just ban it from being sold. Anything else we can't even enforce because they could go to another community that actually has not banned it, purchase it, and then come over here and smoke it or whatever, inhale it or whatever they do with this product. It's just, that's why I rather just, and like you just said, the state hasn't caught up with technology on the way they process this plant. But until they do, this is how it is. I mean, you're talking, I mean, cannabis started being legal, recreational legal with Washington, Colorado. I think it was 14 years ago. State of when that first came out, those states basically came out with revenue going from their books in the red going to black, and other states started following. We were state, I think, 8 or 9, if I remember correctly. I'm not too sure. And when Governor Pritzker signed into law, maybe we could have gone sooner if Governor Rauner would have moved us quickly, and then we would have caught up with it, and that revenue would have been ours. So, I mean, I read an article that said at the time that Waukegan is losing millions for the slow walking and not being prepared and being forward thinking on this, because it is a legal product, and until the state tells us otherwise, I think we should just regulate at our age limit and create a business license and create some revenue.
Any other concerns? Alderman Turner.
Yeah, thank you. I think both Alderman Guzman and Alderman Florian make some good points, but, excuse me, as this is proposed, I don't see the point in banning it from places that sell tobacco. So, they can't go to the gas station and buy this stuff, but the bakery could sell it, right? So in my neighborhood, right near my house, there's a gas station. They go in there and buy cigarettes, but they can't buy this stuff, but they go half a block to the bakery and buy it, and that would, so what's the point in banning it? I don't see any gain in that. It is a legal product. It's not illegal, so that would be like banning cigarettes. It's a legal product. You can't ban it, I don't think, but maybe the attorney knows or has a different opinion. And then and I would be in favor of setting an age limit on the sale. But again, Mr. Guzman raises an excellent point, and I know Alderman Florian countered that by saying we don't sell alcohol to 18-year-olds. But 18 is the legal age of adulthood, right? So you can sign a contract, you can enlist in the military, you can get credit cards, you're an adult for all intents and purposes. So I'd be in favor of an age restriction, 18 or older, or even 21 if you like, but I think that would be appropriate. A total ban or a ban on specific retail outlets, I don't think that's going to solve anything.
Thank you, Mayor. I think maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. The better way to look at it is what's our responsibility to the community, both the younger members of the community, all members of the community. We're talking about an unregulated drug, and it's within our power to ban it citywide. If people are going to go get it from Wisconsin or surrounding cities or counties or whatever the case may be, that's fine. We can't necessarily stop the inevitable, but we can play our part, play the role that we've been called on to play, which is to try to do what's best for the community. I don't think we should be trying to monetize this. Alderman Guzman, you said create some revenue. At what cost? At what cost are we trying to create revenue? I don't see why we should support what is, I don't have any basis for this, but is more likely than not a younger sect of the population going out and buying this unregulated drug. Just because it's not regulated at the state level doesn't mean that we have to just give everybody a green light to go buy it. I think it should be banned citywide. At a minimum, it should be banned at the establishments that sell tobacco. But banning it citywide, even if it creates an enforcement hurdle for code enforcement, at least we have the regulations in place to go enforce it at the bakery that Alderman Turner raised. But certainly we can do inspections for those selling this product at the tobacco shops and other places that sell tobacco. So if we're putting the community first, if we're putting the kids first, like a majority of this council voted to do with the wraparound center, I think that we should follow suit and we should say this is, there's no proof that it's good. In all likelihood, it's bad. And we should protect individuals from being able to go out and buy this stuff. If we put the community first, I think the decision's easy. And I think when people come up here and they speak to us during audience time, we can look them in the eye every time they tell us that we're not putting the community first. We're not putting the kids first. We're not doing what the community needs. I think this is our opportunity to show them, our opportunity to demonstrate for them that we are doing that and we do care. And we're not just trying to monetize this particular product. I'm not in favor of creating an age limit of 18 years old. I mean, you have to be 21 to buy cannabis, so I don't know why it would be 18 for a byproduct of cannabis. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why we'd create a separate business license for it and put the burden on our staff to create this license, issue this license, collect a fee, and then go out and enforce it from that respect. I think the easiest path forward is to ban it citywide. And I think the most prudent from a city government approach would be to ban it citywide. It's easy, it's efficient, and I think we're doing the right thing. So I think if we want to look the constituents in the eye, if we want to talk to the people in the community and tell them we're trying to help, we're doing what we can, we are presented with this opportunity, and I think we should seize the moment and do that.
Hey, Stu, was there any legal liability? How does that work if we ban a legal product? What would be the obligation or impact?
Yeah, so this is the term legal is a little bit difficult here. Probably the more precise term here is unregulated. That it is, like you mentioned, cigarettes. Cigarettes are legal to sell, and they're legal to sell under state law. Alcohol is legal to sell, but we could actually be a dry city if we wanted to. And cities have a large amount of discretion in regulating commerce, especially commerce that they feel might be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. In this case, there would be no liability for the city to basically say that this type of product cannot be sold in Waukegan. That's not a comment on whether it's good policy or bad policy, but especially given the legal gray area here, and that it has not been approved. I'll just, if you could give me a moment, I'm going to give you an example because you had asked about bakeries. One of the other communities that my farm works with had a bakery that was selling baked goods and lemonades with these products in there. And some of these products were tested, and the amount of THC in one of their electric lemonades was about equivalent to eating half a tin of gummies, something that would not be permitted under the cannabis regulations at all and would probably be ill-advised if you wanted to be productive in the next week. And so there are a number of communities that have done outright bans because of the unregulated nature of this. So, once again, long answer to short question.
Alderman Bolton?
When you consider the impact and the struggle that our young people face today, especially the issues that when they struggle with addiction, I don't often agree with Alderman Hayes, but he made a valid point. We have a responsibility not to encourage this. We need to ban this. When you consider the process of them smoking, burning, or whatever they do, it turns into THC. And I work with those that struggle with the addiction. And we have to consider the physical, the psychological, as well as the spiritual impact that this product has. So I agree, we need to ban this. And we also need to look at how this is often related to crime issues and how it influenced.
Alderman Guzman?
Okay, so I heard Alderman Hayes and Alderman Bolton's comments. Okay, so cannabis is a legal product. It is sold at an age limit. I mean, would this council or these two aldermen vote against if we had to vote for cannabis again? Would they vote not to admit it into the city? No. It is a legal product by this. It's non-regulated, just like Corporation Council. It's non-regulated. So just, I mean, even if we ban it, let's say we go ahead and ban the whole thing. Is it going to stop anything? No. It's not going to stop people from smoking, vaping, or whatever they do with this product because they could go buy it somewhere else. The only thing we're losing is the revenue. That's it. So, I mean, call it addiction, call it whatever. They could go buy it somewhere else. Unless the state gets involved and right out bans it all over the state,
The difference
it has not moved. It will not do anything because people will go to another community, buy it, maybe in bulk, and then maybe start a black market and start selling it out their cars or whatever they do.
The difference here is that you cannot go into our casino, you cannot go into a cannabis center under 21, there's high security. our gas stations and our stores like that, I mean, how many times do they get busted for selling cigarettes to minors? It's not, watched the same way as it is in other situations. So I think the difference here is, and I think this is something that every alderman has to consider themselves, is what is our responsibility and our commitment to our youth when we talk about this? Because if you're an adult and you choose to buy this product, you may or may not agree with somebody on it. But these things are being marketed just like you've seen now with these energy drinks that they're starting to ban, again, in gas stations, and the health crisis that those are causing. A lot of these things are done, if you will, off-market, so that they're appealing to a young crowd. And that's what I think you have to decide as an alderman. We've got to... We can't not talk about that they are specifically being marketed to a certain younger crowd. And that's where they're making their money. And so it's not the same, again, whether you agree with cannabis or you don't agree with cannabis or you agree with casino or non. Those are legal entities, and those are things that you can't do until you're 21. This isn't like that. Many of the youth that are using this don't understand the health consequences and the terms that this may lead to down the road. And thank you, Alderman Bolton, for discussing that this leads to, in many cases, addiction down the road.
Can I mention one thing else?
Actually-
Answering your question, there's a difference between cannabis and THC. You can get cannabis without the THC, because we know also there is medical marijuana, which is you get the medical benefit from helping cancer patients and things like that. But when it becomes, the impact is when you're having a product with THC.
Are we ready to take a vote on this? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Felix.
Just to get my thoughts on this, I do think that at a certain age, we should allow the adults to make a decision for themselves. I don't think 18 is, I wouldn't see why it would be 18. I would say I would agree more towards 21. That's something that where adults, just like alcohol, just like marijuana, cigarettes, they're able to make a decision for themselves. But I do think that either way we go about this, we're being proactive in terms of not letting just a bakery sell whatever, these products. So whichever way we move forward with this, I am pro-business. If it's not regulated to this state, I think that we should at least make it age limit. And in terms of licenses, I think, I heard the licenses, I think that would make it difficult for us, but at least to focus on having these businesses ask for a permit, as stated on the presentation here.
Alderman Turner, Alderman Guzman, and then Alderman Hayes.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So could we just say that if you have a tobacco license, if you're selling cigarettes, you could sell this product as well, not having to create a whole new license? Just say, yeah, you're selling cigarettes, you can sell Kratom, 21 and over. Could we do that?
That's your jobs to determine that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, good, yes.
Could we do this without creating a whole new license? Go get a tobacco license, a liquor license, and a Kratom license.
Yeah, I mean, what you could say is that you could say that any unregulated THC or hemp products or Kratom products could only be sold to persons over 21, and I guess you could say that you would that any of these products would require a tobacco license as well. That would be a regulatory option.
Okay, I
That's
said
what I would
Alderman
recommend.
Guzman was next.
Yes.
That would make sense.
Okay, I guess the final comment on this. Okay, Alderman Florian and the mayor just commented about casinos and alcohol. Okay, I want to remind everybody, just because the state of Illinois holds a 21-year-old age to drink, that doesn't mean all states do. Casino is a totally different animal. That is federally regulated, and that is 21 across the board. All right, so remember that. Other states let you drink at 21. The only difference is federally regulated to 21 a casino. And if the whole reason for this is to create revenue, so we could do a separate license on this. That's why I propose a separate license so we can actually get some money off of this, some revenue, and to help out the taxpayer on next year and the following or whatever, how long we could keep this up before the state comes in there and actually regulates it themselves and put a 30% or however they're going to do it in the next session. So age 18 is appropriate, but if to move it forward, I'm willing to do 21. But remember, other states have age limit of 18 because it is considered an adult.
Alderman Hayes?
Okay, yeah, so something that I failed to raise before, I think Alderwoman Bolton may have brought this up last time, but if it's unregulated, we actually have no idea what the chemical compound is in the products that would be sold in the community. So if somebody walks into a gas station or any other establishment and goes to buy one of these products, we don't know what the labeling looks like because the labeling hasn't been regulated. We don't know how potent it potentially is or may not be, but we don't know anything. And the people that are buying it don't know anything about the product either because it isn't regulated, because the person selling it or the entity selling it may not be obligated to include certain disclosures. So people don't even know what they're buying in many instances. And I think that is a terrifying prospect because you don't have to look very far to find the catastrophic and life-threatening side effects of this drug. Sure, in small doses, maybe it eases pain. In large doses, it could cause brain disease or permanent liver damage, I've seen, along with a whole host of other issues. So I don't know why we would be trying to put revenue before the health and wellness of the community, especially since we actually have no idea how much revenue this will actually generate. My position is that there probably isn't enough revenue that it could generate to justify the sale, the unregulated sale. I think it's irresponsible. I think it's really irresponsible to just say, well, let's just attach a license to it and an age limit that we may or may not enforce and just sell it to the public and people know what's best for them. That is not our role. It's not pro-business. It's certainly not pro-community. So I would encourage everyone to vote against allowing the sale of this and, in fact, encourage you to vote for a citywide ban.
Mayor, can I just want to say in my ward, there's, in the vicinity, I think there's 2 smoke shops that we have, and there's maybe a mile and a half away from the school. But I also don't want to come across as being insensitive, but what are the repercussions to the business owners? Are they going to be losing revenue because of this? I just want to know that anyone researched that, or anyone, is there anyone here representing one of the gas stations that can give us information why what they would be losing or the repercussions if we were to go with this?
Well, I think that, we don't have anybody from the community here for that. But what I will tell you is we have people who have liquor licenses that sell to minors all the time, and they lose revenue when they get busted. You've got to decide at some point, just because they want the money, is that what's best for the community? There's always going to be somebody who's doing something that you could lose revenue from. And we've got to decide, is our community worth more than revenue that comes to our community, either through licensing or through that type of business? This is, I guess, if you want to say, more of a moral decision than it is anything else on how you feel the community. Again, why are there tobacco shops by a school? You know why they're there, because that's who is attracted to them. Why are there liquor stores often by schools? Because they sell to minors, unofficially. So, is this what we want them selling in our schools? But what I'm going to recommend, because we could go on for this forever, and we're not accomplishing out of committee of the whole, I'm going to make a motion as it is, and then we can take a vote on that, and then if you want to amend it, we can do that. So let's do the vote as it's written with a prohibition, and then if that fails, then somebody can make an amendment to that.
Wouldn't my amendment go first, because that's the original proposal, and then my amendment would go first because I amended it afterwards to put an age limit away from schools and create a business license. So wouldn't my amendment go first?
Mayor, I'll second your motion.
Well,
Okay.
wait,
So,
I want to hear
hold on.
legal.
Okay. So the way we've done committee of the whole in the past is that we have a proposal that was put forward. That is not actually a motion just yet. And Alderman Guzman had previously at the last committee of the whole suggested some changes which have been discussed tonight. The chair can ask for a motion, but there's not like an ordinance to consider. So I would say that the mayor can make a motion if it gets a first and a second to adopt this as proposed. If it gets 5 votes, then it would go to the city council as proposed. If it does not get 5 votes, then it would be open for other proposals.
Corporation Council, if we could look back at the minutes, I did propose, I did put in a motion, and Alderman Felix seconded to amend this proposal from the original to what I'm proposing now, to put an age limit and other regulations away from schools and a business license. If you can look up at the minutes, you can verify that way.
I can look up the minutes, or Mayor, if you want to allow I believe that there may have been a motion at the last meeting to discuss that.
So what is the age limit? I've heard 18, I've heard 21. What is the age that you would like to amend it to?
There was no vote taken at the last meeting, right? Everything was just kind of entered and continued until tonight. So I don't know that motion was formalized. Otherwise, we would have voted on it at the time rather than kicking it out 2 weeks.
If you could give me a moment to actually review the minutes, I will be happy to do that.
I think we could all agree to 21.
If that's what it takes, I'll do 21.
And in addition to that, you want a CUP permit, is that it?
Correct. Business license of $500 to actually even sell the product.
We don't,
Just to be clear, the minutes reflect that there was a first by Alderman Guzman and a second by Alderman Felix to move the item forward for discussion with amendments, which was later withdrawn by Alderman Guzman after further discussion and clarification. The item was held over by Alderman Guzman and was placed on the committee of the whole for agenda for February 5th. So it looks like that motion was actually withdrawn, and basically we do not have a motion on the floor at this time. Someone can make a motion.
Then I'll put a motion in to
The mayor's already made the motion and it's been
to move it
seconded.
forward as amended.
Second.
the motion, I already made the motion, and then there was a second on that, so we'll vote on this now, and then we can amend it. So the first one is the prohibition of the sale of unregulated hemp products. And we've got a first and a second. Can I have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Alderman Felix.
No.
Alderman Turner.
No.
Alderman Donnerworth.
No.
Alderman Florian.
Yes.
Alderman Hayes.
Yes.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
No.
Alderman Martinez.
No.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
5 noes.
Now, would you like to amend this and make a motion? So you have to put it in motion form of what you want in that motion included in there.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend. I put age, same regulations as the cannabis ordinance. Yes. What would be age 21 and away from schools. And add in a special license of $500 for anybody who wants to sell the product.
Second.
You want to create a new special license for this one product, but they can only sell it in the same place that they already sell marijuana?
$500, that sounds business friendly. No, it sounds like we're talking in circles again.
So what do you think, Alderman Turner? What do you think?
I think as I asked the question of the Corporation Council earlier, I think we just allow anyone who has a tobacco license can sell cigarettes. They should be able to sell it. Or if you want to put it and give it only to the marijuana dispensaries, I'm good with that. But I think I don't think we need to create a whole new category of license and all that. Just either allow it to be sold as if it's the same as cigarettes, or allow it to be sold at the same as marijuana. Either or.
Because then, if we go that way, then what was the whole proposal? It should be just shot down and call it a day, and then it stays as is. That's the whole proposal. The whole purpose is to get some kind of revenue off of this, and then make it just like marijuana. I mean, gas station could still sell it, or anywhere else, but they'd have to get a license for it.
Well, I don't, Mayor, if I may, I don't think we should be basing our decisions on allowing people to make revenue or not, or the city making revenue out for taxation. I think, as I stated, we either allow it to be sold as our tobacco products or allow it to be sold as our marijuana products. Either way, it's going to if we do that, either way, then that would set an age limit of 21, and there would be controls on where it's sold and so forth, and more easily monitored.
So you mentioned marijuana. I second it. I don't know if.
So you don't want this sold in tobacco stores then, just in?
Well, so I can clarify. Cannabis can only be sold in state licensed facilities. It can only be sold in certain zoning districts and requires a conditional use permit. It cannot be sold within 1,000 feet of a school, and I can read all the various limits, but the city has pretty strong requirements for where cannabis is required to be placed, required to be sold, which is reflected by the fact that we have only 2 dispensaries in the city, and both of them are in Fountain Square. No on-site consumption can be required. So one of the things that you could do is you could say that basically anyone who wants to sell these otherwise unregulated THC products would have to go through the same requirements as any place that sells cannabis, with the exception of state licensing, because the state doesn't give licenses for this.
Here's the thing. So if we move it only to cannabis locations, then you got a monopolized of 2 locations, and everybody else that was selling this product at gas station or whatever, now they're losing revenue and just going to monopolization that only cannabis can sell everything. I mean, it's an unregulated product, like I said. I mean, it should move forward with the exceptions of the 1,000 feet away from schools and basically almost the same as cannabis, but not only cannabis, gas stations, convenience stores, or wherever wants to sell the product.
Okay, so again, I need this in a motion for a vote. So we're selling it in tobacco centers, is what you're saying. Okay. And with the age of 21, you wanted a business permit for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you were putting in the motion?
Well, I mean, it doesn't look like Alderman Turner wants it, so I guess that'll cancel my vote,
You do
Are
what you want to
Are
do.
you kidding me?
I'll vote the
That-
way I want
that's
to
not
vote.
how this
but
works.
Don't let me dissuade you from making your motion. So.
Okay, so then it's already been seconded. So here's how I want it written out. I want age 20, basically the same thing as cannabis. Okay, adding a special license of $500 for anybody who wants to sell this product,
Okay, so
and
what
not just to cannabis stores. I don't want to monopolize.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is you want it to be 21 years old, they need to get a business license.
For
they can't
a
sell it
tobacco
in
license.
schools, and the license fee is $500.
Correct.
Okay.
And they may only sell in the same zoning districts as cannabis stores, and they would be required to get a conditional use permit as well.
Okay, is that what you're adding? Okay.
Just want to clarify, because what Alderman Turner mentioned and Alderman Guzman mentioned, from what I have understanding, just to make sure, that he is proposing for it to be sold in wherever you can sell tobacco. I think that's as clear as it could be.
Make it simple, Mr. Guzman. Just say if you got a license to sell tobacco, you can also sell this product to people over 21.
There you go. Perfect.
That's what I believe that we're.
Except for around schools.
Okay. So-
Except for, what is it, 1,000 feet from schools?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is
I
also
think
correct, Alderman
also,
Fleury.
I'm sorry.
Sell it at the reefer house. Be done with it.
So what I'm hearing is you're taking the $500 fee off?
No, I want the $500 fee to stay.
Okay, can you please state your motion, because I think everybody's kind of confused here what your motion is. So please restate it in the format that you want it voted on, so we can do a roll call on this.
Okay, the motion is to add age limit of 21. Anybody who sells tobacco will be able to sell this with a conditional use permit of $500 and regulations as cannabis for around schools.
That would be a special business license, not a CUP permit, am I correct?
A CUP permit is a permit that is required under zoning. It's not a business license. It is a license, and I think Noel could actually probably clarify this a little bit.
Yes, a conditional use permit is a zoning regulation, so this discussion, if it's going to require a conditional use permit, will require a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. So an alderman would have to apply for that text amendment. That would have to go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Community Development Committee, and the City Council for approval before it could be incorporated.
And every cannabis dispensary is required to go through that zoning process.
Every dispensary, every cannabis use of any kind, not just dispensaries, all of them are required
And
to
that's one of the
go
things
through
we'll have on the agenda tonight, right?
Correct.
How about if we just keep it as a business license? That would skip that, correct?
That doesn't require a zoning change.
Okay, there we go. We're going to put it as a business license
A question?
to sell this.
If it doesn't require a zoning change, that means that you can't restrict it from being by schools, correct?
Can we amend it to that?
You could limit the issuance of the license to sell this to within 1,000 feet of schools. Well, I'd actually have to look at that, but it's, I feel that you could restrict that sale.
So let's do this. Why don't we put it on hold for another 2 weeks and then come back with all the information and then vote on it that way?
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to ask that we skip the other things. We do have to go down to new business, item A, and that is, I need a motion, a first and a second, a resolution approving.
Hold on, just procedurally, Mayor. So for the record, The movement has asked that we continue this discussion for 2 weeks to a future committee of the whole to be held on February 20th. And Mayor, you could ask for unanimous consent on that procedural issue.
Because I think the February 20th meeting is going to be really busy, could we move it to the first one in March? Okay, would that be acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so does anybody have a calendar what that first date is? I think it's like March 1st, isn't it? It's right in there.
4th.
March 4th? Okay, can I have a motion to move all the old business from Committee of the Whole to the March 4th meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Was Alderman Donenworth, second was by Alderman Turner. Can I have a roll call on that, please? Yep, I know.
Alderman Felix. Do you know what you wrote? Okay. Turner.
Aye.
Donenworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Under new business, item A, we do need to do tonight. So can I have a first and a second for a resolution approving a release and settlement on this case?
I so
First.
move.
A first, who was the
Second.
second?
Second.
Second was Alderman Felix,
And first?
was Alderman, who was it?
Oh,
Alderman Bolton, I'm
Sure.
sorry. Roll call, please. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, roll call.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
No.
Donenworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item B, under new business, can we move that up with the old business at the next March 4th meeting?
I so move.
Second the motion.
So Florian and Turner were the first and second, and roll call on that one.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donenworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Alderman Turner, second.
I second.
Alderman Bolton, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We will meet back at 7:03. We will 1 minute warning for all aldermen, please return. Last call, can I have all aldermen up to the dais, please? Okay. Welcome to the February 5th City Council meeting. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Present.
Alderman Newsome. Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Donaworth.
Present.
Alderman Florian.
Present.
Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Tonight, we are honored to have a very special guest, Pastor Charles Ivy from the Shiloh Baptist Church. He's going to give the invocation tonight, and we are so honored for you to be here tonight. Thank you so much for coming. Please come up to the microphone.
Mayor and to the city council leaders, it's an honor and privilege to stand before you to give the invocation on this night. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you to thank you for the leadership that you have assembled as a part of your people to love and care for the citizens of Waukegan. As they take on the collective responsibility of the welfare and well-being of all those who come within the city limits, we ask, dear Lord, that you will guide them with the needs of this community and enable them to discharge their duties with justice, love, and mercy. Grant to them hearts to help the weak in their time of need. Renew their spirits so that they will have a sympathetic interest for those who are in despair. Bless these leaders with the resources and material things they need to meet the challenges of this community. We pray for the unity of the staff that surrounds the mayor and council leaders, that they may function effectively and efficiently. In this hour, we ask that your presence will be with this body of government leaders to open their hearts and minds afresh to the issues and matters that come before them. We ask, dear Lord, that you will help these leaders to lay aside any anxieties and tensions to fulfill their duties and responsibilities, making decisions and building policies that will provide the allocation of the exact resources and opportunities needed across the community. We pray that these leaders will serve you as they oversee the day-to-day operations of this city government. We pray for the people of this community that they will honor and respect this body of leaders and the laws by which we are governed in accordance with your will. We pray, God, that you will impart your love, values, and truth into the lives of this community to remove the hatred and violence and provide for protection and safekeeping of all its people. Dear Father, we thank you for this privilege and appreciate all that you do for us. Let all things be done here tonight in decency and in order and for your glory. We ask this prayer in your Son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, I want to thank you all for being here this evening. I'm so glad that, you're looking at city government and you want to be involved. Again, we put out our agendas the Friday before our city council meetings. Please take a look at them. You'll know what we're going to discuss and talk about, so please look at them, be part of our community. We love that. The first thing I want to talk about is Vista Medical Center East. So, as many of you saw this last weekend, they lost their Trauma 2 license. This was one, I'm sorry, their Trauma 2 certification. What I will say is when they bought the company, let me be frank, they're a privately held company that bought Vista this last summer. They were the only ones who made a bid for it. And so we were supportive of not having that hospital go out of business. We will always continue to be supportive of keeping that hospital in our community. It is greatly needed. As many of us know, for us to go to other hospitals like Advocate Condell, Northwestern in Lake Forest, or Highland Park, those are some pretty hefty drives for us. Not to mention, our community has transportation issues. We need services here. So we were supportive of that, and I'm still supportive of keeping that hospital here. What I was disappointed about was the fact that the communication about what was going on has not happened out of the hospital. I did hear tonight that they made a press conference that was on the 5 p.m. news. I have not had an opportunity to see that at this time. I want to have discussions with them. I know Senator Johnson is here tonight, and Lake County Board Member Mary Ross Cunningham is here. We want to keep those communication lines open. We do not want this hospital to leave our city. We will do everything in our power to make that happen. Like I said, they are a private entity. We do not have the ability to go in there and force them to do things. But you know what? Discussions always need to happen. That's what makes communities work, and that's what we will continue to do. I will not be alone in this ride. There will be many, many other people with me, but we will have those discussions, and we will make this hospital the best hospital it can be. Not only do I want it to be a Trauma 2 certification, I want it to be a Trauma 1. We need to service our community the best that we can do. And like I said, one way or another, we will have those discussions. We did, like I said, if you saw my statement, I requested that they meet with me. I currently have not heard from them. They've been a little overwhelmed by the media requests, but I expect within the next couple of days, we will sit down and have conversations. And like I said, I know these two ladies will also be part of those conversations, and we will move this hospital in this city forward because that's what's important to the residents here. We are a hardworking community, and this is a hospital that we need. We will not leave this community behind. So I want you to understand where my position is, where it has always been, and where it will always continue to be. Like I said, we understand they're a private entity, but we need to have that impact that they know how we feel. We've talked about it a little today in a press conference. People are talking about, well, the county should take it over. There's not the funds to do that. That would require, I believe, a referendum to do, that would require a tax increase. Let's work with who is there right now, but let's have some very honest discussions. And I want to see their board become more involved. I know today there was discussions that my chief of staff is on their board. He is very new to the board. I believe he's been at one meeting so far. They have not had a lot of board meetings, so it's pretty hard to make a lot of changes when you've been there for one meeting. So let's move this forward, and honestly, you as a community are going to work with us, and we're going to make this happen. So thank you, everyone. That's all the statement I'm willing to make at this point. I'm sure you've seen me on the news all day. No offense to any cameras here. I'm a little tired of cameras in my face. It's you, the community, that I'm concerned about. But if the message gets out through the media, perfect. But that's where I'm at. To go on and talk about other things happening in our community, you know, I want to make sure that we're emphasizing that there's a lot of positive things happening in our community. And when we hear about all of this, we forget the good things that are happening. And I want to talk about some of our youth right now. Congratulations to 4 Cristo Rey St. Martin seniors for being awarded full rides for 4 four-year college educational institutions. Chris and Luis are both Posey scholars with scholarships from the Posey Foundation, where out of 18,000 students who apply, only 3% are granted a scholarship. So let's remember these kids are working hard in our community, and let's award them for that. Alexandra and Meyer are both Evans Scholars with a scholarship from the Western Golf Association's Evans Scholars Foundation, where only 325 scholarships are given yearly around the country. Again, outstanding for our community. And this is the first time Cristo Rey has had two of each in 1 year. So we're particularly proud of what they're doing. But not to forget our Waukegan High School bowlers, Jake Adams, and wrestlers Delani Rodriguez and Jennifer Perez for advancing to the sectionals. So go Bulldogs. Yeah. For those of you that were watching Facebook last week, you saw that our Waukegan Park District, Javier Martinez, was named one of the National Recreation Park Association's 30 under 30. Javier was selected as a park and recreational professional and champion in our community everyday. Board Chair Jeremiah Johnson and Executive Director Jay Lerner earned honors at the Illinois Park and Recreation Association Conference. Again, congratulations to Javier, Jeremiah, and Jay, and the Waukegan Park District for continuing to be our shining stars in the community. The Historically Black Colleges and Universities Tour Information Meetings will be held Wednesday. I need you to write this down because we don't want to miss out on this. Will be held on Wednesday, February 7th, 14th, and 21st at the Waukegan Township Supervisor's Office. For more information, you can see the township's website at waukegantownship.com or call, and I'm going to say it slow so you can write it down, 847-244-4900, or email tssprings@waukegantownship.com. Again, this is important for our community to know that this is a chance to learn about the colleges and, you know, what's available, what scholarships may be available for them, but please remember to go to this. For those of you who don't remember me talking about this last time, the Illinois Pollution Control Board will be in the council chambers on February 13th and 14th, starting at 9 a.m. for a public hearing on coal ash at the impoundments at the NRG Midwest Generation facility on our lakefront. This is the opportunity for public comment. Again, what I will say, I'm a little disappointed that there are no evening hours offered for this. This is public comment during daytime hours only. You can write the Pollution Control Board. I know last time I went down and testified, I sure as heck would have loved community support and alderman support in writing. The more people we get who talk about this, the better chance we have of changing our lakefront and coal ash. Clean Power Lake County is also holding an in-person workshop to learn about coal ash pollution and how to write public comments. So if you're a little afraid to do that, please talk to them. The workshop will take place this Wednesday from 5 to 8 at the Waukegan Public Library at 128 North County Street. Again, don't be afraid to make public comment. But if you are, please go and get the support you need from our library to help you do that. It's an important issue. Last, but certainly not least, we'll present tonight a proclamation celebrating Black History Month in Waukegan in a moment. Waukegan's very, very blessed to have a deep cultural diversity, and to celebrate Black History Month this year, there are dozens of different events in Waukegan and throughout the county. You can find events here in Waukegan by visiting our city website. You can also go to the public library's website. They have different programs. And I hope to see our residents here in Waukegan this month as we celebrate this historic event. So that concludes my comments, and we'll go on with the meeting. Can I get a first and a second on Resolution 24R24, honoring Shiloh Baptist Church in Waukegan?
I'll make the first motion.
I second.
Alderman Turner, Alderman Bolton for the first and second. And I'll have you read it, Madam Clerk.
Absolutely. Hey, Miss Patricia. Resolution number 24R24, honoring Shiloh Baptist Church in Waukegan. Whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan began with humble beginnings in 1916 as a house-to-house prayer band led by Mary A. Young and Viola Payne. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan moved from a rented storefront to its first brick building in 1924. Whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan broke ground for their current church building at 800 South Genesee Street in 1958. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan developed the concept for their Christian education and family life center under the guidance and leadership of Pastor J. N. Lightfoot and of his successor, Pastor Wallstone E. Francis, starting in 1985. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan officially broke ground on this $4 million facility on March 23, 2003, under the leadership of Pastor Francis and Reverend Dr. Earl Francis of Nassau, Bahamas. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan now features a church and structure that includes 32 classrooms, a gymnasium, a commercial kitchen, a pastoral suite, administrative offices, a security office, a library, a space for a bookstore, a conference room, storage rooms for a food pantry, a soup kitchen, 10 bathrooms, and 3 showers. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan celebrated its 100th anniversary of being a beacon in the Waukegan community in October 2018. And whereas Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan made their final payment on their mortgage for this facility on January 8th, 2024, and will commemorate its mortgage fulfillment by symbolically burning its mortgage in a ceremony on its grounds on Sunday, January 28th, 2024, at 10:30 a.m. And now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council of Waukegan, Illinois, do hereby honor the commitment and impact that Shiloh Baptist Church of Waukegan has made on the community. Be it further resolved that a suitably embossed copy of this resolution, signed by the mayor and city clerk, be presented to the leadership and congregation of Shiloh Baptist Church at their mortgage burning service on the 20th day of January 2024, and then entered into the public record at the Waukegan City Council meeting on February 5th, 2024, dated this 28th day of January 2024.
Well, they have already received the proclamation, but I would love for Pastor Ivy and Patricia Jones to come up so that you can see them publicly, and let's take some pictures with them.
They got it all covered off. How'd you get in here now?
I'm going to yell, and I don't have a microphone, so I'm going to yell and talk about how proud we are of this church. To actually have a mortgage burning and know that this community has done, this church has done so much in our community and what they've accomplished, and to be able to do that and not have any debt is remarkable. So I just want to say thank you for all you do. Thank you. Ready? Absolutely. We're going to go back on that resolution. We did a first and second, but we didn't actually take the vote. Okay. We didn't. So we didn't get the vote.
We didn't get the vote.
Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have a proclamation, and we're going to have Christy Long come up and talk about. February 11th is 211 Day in Waukegan, and we're going to have her talk about 211, and then we're going to present the proclamation.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be here to thank Mayor Taylor and all of the City Council for partnering with United Way to bring 211 to Lake County. Thank you for partnering with us to raise awareness to this vital community service that many, many individuals need. And in fact, since its launch 4.5 years ago, 211 has made over 250,000 referrals to services in our community. Oh, sorry, I can hear you better. Okay, that's fine. And zip codes including 60085 and 60087 call 211 in record levels, and a wide variety of demographics, from young people to old people. Many people need information that 211 can support them in their journey to receiving help. In fact, Waukegan ranks the #1 community using 211 right now. Anyone can contact 211 in their moment of need and speak with a real person in their preferred language who will connect them to the expert, caring help they deserve. We're proud to deliver a best-in-class 211 here in Lake County that can be used through call, text, or email, and It's there to help people find that help and needed support when they need it. Thank you again for helping us celebrate 211 Day 2024 by recognizing this vital service that's just 3 numbers away, 211. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, would you like to read the proclamation, and then we'll present it in just a minute?
Proclamation, February 11th, 2024 is 211 Day in Waukegan. Whereas United Way of Lake County has been dedicated to serving children and families in our communities for more than 100 years, and whereas the critical service 211 Lake County, which was launched by United Way of Lake County on September 24th, 2019, is open and available for everyone in Waukegan and across Lake County, Illinois, and whereas 211 is a free, confidential, easy-to-remember, one-stop helpline that connects people in need to a wide range of essential health and human services and reduces non-emergency calls to 911. And whereas 211 enables the people of Lake County and Waukegan to get connected to help 24 hours a day, every day of the year, by phone, text, and online, regardless of the language they speak. And whereas 211 expert navigators are trained specialists who will listen, identifying underlying problems, and guide people to available resources. And whereas since launch, 211 has made more than 250,000 connections to help from every zip code in Lake County, with Waukegan representing 24% of the calls and texts. And whereas 211 team members have compassionately answered 2,719 calls and texts from Waukegan in the past year alone, with 4,702 needs requested and 6,721 referrals made, mostly for help with housing and shelter, utilities, food, government and legal services, and employment and income support. And whereas 211 is available to 99% of America's population, and Lake County is leading the way as a model to bring 211 services to all Illinois communities so that every person in Illinois has access to quality information, resources, and assistance for addressing health and human service needs. And whereas the City of Waukegan is a key community partner committed to raising awareness of 211 and has provided financial support to ensure this service can be used by residents and visitors for years to come. And whereas daily 211 provides vital information and referrals to individuals and families in our community to improve and save lives. And now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Ann B. Taylor and the members of City Council do hereby proclaim February 11th, 2024 as 211 Day in Waukegan and encourage everyone to become aware of the services provided by 211.
The next proclamation is February's Black History Month in Waukegan. And I'm looking for somebody to take the award for it, like take the proclamation. Okay. When we come up, I want you to stand up. Be proud. Okay. Would you like to read the proclamation?
All right. Proclamation, February's Black History Month in Waukegan. Go ahead and stand up. Whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Goodwin Woodson, noted historian and son of former slaves, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, and in 1926 dedicated the second week of February as Negro History Week to increase public awareness of the important role African Americans have played in shaping American history, and that week chosen to coincide with birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas the United States officially recognized Black History Week in 1976 as part of the U.S. bicentennial, expanding it to Black History Month, and whereas Waukegan is a microcosm of America, a melting pot of cultures and ethnicities, and during Black History Month, and during this month, celebrations are being hosted by College of Lake County Lakeshore Campus, Waukegan Public Schools, and Waukegan Park District, among others, to highlight the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas the omission of much of the history and contributions of African Americans from textbooks and other literature has impeded awareness and appreciation. And whereas the observance of Black History Month calls our attention to the continued need to battle racism and build a society that lives up to its democratic ideals. And whereas the contributions of African Americans have been vital to the growth and development of Waukegan, Lake County, Illinois, and the United States. And whereas the city of Waukegan is deeply committed to equity and inclusion and continues to work toward being a community in which all citizens are respected and recognized for their history, contributions, and potential. And whereas our city is better because of the diversity of our population, and now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Ann B. Taylor and the members of the City Council do hereby proclaim February as Black History Month in Waukegan, to recognize the history and ongoing efforts and continuing contributions of the Black African American communities within our city, and encourage all citizens to eliminate prejudice wherever it exists so we can better embrace our great diversity. Adopted this 5th day of February, 2024.
Everyone celebrating Black History Month, I want you all here. Come on. Next, you hear me almost every other week sit up here and talk about how we need our community to be involved on different boards, whether it be planning and zoning, historical preservation, whatever it may be. Tonight, I'm going to introduce a new board for the historic preservation. There will be one new member. Noel, do you want to come up too, since that's your board? So I will need a first and a second to ratify the first appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission of Jonathan, and I'm not even going to try and do your last name because I know I'm not going to do it correctly.
Karen.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to chance it.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
Okay,
I
first, and I
second.
need a second.
Second.
Alderman Bolton? Okay.
Before we move forward, I'd like to make a comment. Okay, I'm not a fan of reappointments. I like new appointments, so I'm very happy to see that Jonathan is a new appointee. So please, I know I get some complaints that saying that people sit on these boards for a long periods of time. And when it comes down to it, nobody applies for these boards. So please, 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 if you want to talk, let's walk the walk and actually sign your name for the appointees, because I always like to see new blood and not reappointing time after time after time. But congratulations to Jonathan, our new appointee.
Okay, can I have roll call, please, on this?
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
All right.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
I would just like to say that I was able to read the resumes, and they're all very highly qualified, so you got an eye for me, too.
Motion pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll bring Jonathan up, and then we're also going to bring up, these are ratifying people who are already on there, but their terms have expired. So we're going to go ahead and do another appointment, and that is Tim Flynn, Michael Hoff, and Mary Fran. Is she here? Why am I? Everybody come up, those four.
It looks like Mike is our only person that was able to make it tonight, so.
Hey. Got to come up front. No, you're going to come up front. Can you explain a little bit of what the board does so that people down the road know if if they're interested in this?
Come on over to the mic, Mike. Mike, would you come over here? Thank you.
The city of Waukegan is an older city, and we have a great history in our town. The city has an ordinance. It's called the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and part of this has created a commission. And I am a member of that commission, and just reappointed as a member of the commission again. And we review potential historic landmark projects and buildings, and we have the ability to actually submit when a building is found to be significant for many reasons. Either somebody famous lived there, the building itself is a great example of an architectural style, or whatever the reason is that we have, that it's listed in here. There's like 7 different categories. Maybe a famous architect did the building, something like that. Then we can review it and recommend it to the city council to be landmarked in the city of Waukegan. And that's our job, is to look at the different projects and the different buildings, the different, things that come before our commission, and we recommend them to the city council then, and they do the landmarking of the project. This year, one of the items that's going to come up before the board is we've added a new category where a building can be found of significant interest in the city, but not have to go and actually be landmarked. So we're going to create a new list of buildings and structures within the city of Waukegan that are significantly interesting, but maybe don't go all the way of getting landmarked right away. Some of them will be in the future, I'm sure, but for right now, we've created this new category that's easier for us to make recommendations as a committee, or as a commission, I should say. And that's what we're going to do, is we're going to create a new system of categorizing buildings in the city of Waukegan that are of historic interest. Right now, we have several. How many do we have that are already landmarked in the city? Like,
Oh, I didn't study for this test, Mike.
I think it's like 28 or so buildings have already been landmarked in Waukegan. And they're very significant ones, like the Karcher Hotel and the Carnegie Library, which is being remodeled right now. And several homes along Sheridan Road and the neighboring areas off Sheridan Road, Genesee Street. We've got a building that the township takes care of, which is the old fire station on the south side has been landmarked as one of the buildings that we have. They're scattered all over the city. And so if you want, you can go to the planning department's, the website for the city, for the planning department, and look up the historic preservation ordinance, and they list the buildings and have photos of them and stuff if you're interested. Or come to one of our meetings. We meet every other month in the planning department on the 3rd floor. And if you have a suggestion for a building that you know of significance and is worth landmarking, you can fill out the application and submit it to us. So I sort of just did an advertisement for our commission, but thank you for reappointing me. And the new member that we're having come on is an architect here in the city of Waukegan. To be on the commission, you have to be a resident of the city of Waukegan. So we've lost several good people because they've moved out or whatever, but we keep filling in with new faces and new characters. And if you are interested in this, you can, like Alderman Guzman suggested, go ahead and submit your name to the mayor and apply for becoming a commissioner in the city here for the historic planning ordinance. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Mike covered everything I could have possibly
I know.
covered, except for one thing, and that is that the members of this commission are truly dedicated to preserving the historic architecture of this community. They give countless hours to this effort, not just attending the meetings, but being familiar with the community, going out and looking at properties, identifying concerns, identifying properties that should be recognized in some way, and as Mike pointed out, not everybody wants their property landmarked, but this new recognition program, I think everybody will receive very well and understand that it's meant truly to recognize the importance of the architecture in our community. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mike.
And I want to express, it's community members with this kind of passion that we want on our boards. So thank you so much for dedicating to this. I do want to go back and I need a first and a second for a ratification of the reappointments. I need a first and a second.
So first,
Okay.
or so moved.
Alderman Martinez, second was Alderman Florian. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donaworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is audience time.
Audience time. We have a number of people to talk tonight. You have 3 minutes. I'm going to call you up in groups. So go ahead, proceed to the east side of the room, get lined up so you can go right ahead. The first 6 will be the Honorable Adrian Johnson, Kathy Charity, Diane Verratti, Chuck Rextalis, Stephanie Colati, and Angelia Ramon? I'm sorry. So Senator Adrian Johnson, Kathy Charity, Diane Verratti, Chuck Rextalis, Stephanie Colati, Angie Ramon.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, council members, Madam Clerk, all the city staff, and the community members. I am here just to kind of echo what Mayor Taylor said in her opening remarks. And I know that over the past couple of days or so, you've heard about Vista Medical Center having their trauma 2 certification revoked. So with this revocation, this is a serious matter, but I want to share with you all, the hospital isn't closing. This is just, right. And so, although it is really important to maybe highlight some safety concerns, because first and foremost, we want to make sure the community is safe. And that is a top priority for me, is a top priority for the city of Waukegan, is a top priority for other elected officials who are not here tonight, including Representative Mayfield, and a top priority for Vista. And so I want to say that there was an investigation by the Illinois Department of Public Health, and they are in the process of working with Vista. And I just want to be clear that even though this investigation is going on, this is not a new problem. This is something that has been going on for a while. And perhaps it's because over the past 5 years, there's been 3 owner-operators and 3 CEOs. But what I want you all to know that, you know, the financial issues and any equipment concerns, that's a top priority for me to ensure that the hospital is going to rectify that. And just so you know, too, we have been in private conversations with Vista for a couple of weeks now discussing these very matters. And so I just want you to know it is a top priority for me, is a top priority for Representative Mayfield, who couldn't be here this evening, but she was on the call with me this morning with the Illinois Department of Public Health, and we are working to address these issues. Vista has stated that they are going to meet these requirements. I spoke to IDPH representative before attending a press conference at 3:00 p.m. They too are convinced that Vista will be able to meet these requirements and get back up to a Trauma 2 center. And I just want to mention too, again, this is a top priority, but we also have to support this hospital. We need a hospital in Waukegan, because if we don't, this is what's going to happen. Waukegan will be the largest city in the state of Illinois without a hospital. And so I want us all to be a part of the solution, because we want a win-win. We want a win-win. And so as Mayor Taylor mentioned in her remarks, I will, along with Mayor Taylor, other elected officials, IDPH, will meet with Vista so that we can resolve these problems. But I want you to rest assured that your safety is top a priority for us, and we're going to address this matter accordingly.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Kathy Charity.
Hi, Kathy Charity. Understanding that Lake County is the wealthiest and richest county in Illinois, so I don't understand why all this is going on. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Alderman, and audience. What is going on in Waukegan? Total chaos within the fabric of this country. It's become a domino effect across the world. Vista Hospital became overwhelmed with many patients and many staff being overworked. I used to work there many years ago, and the population was changing. Patient care is very important, but so is the health of the staff members. Laurie's Children's Hospital had a cyber attack on their health system, and they are still suffering from it today. Does anyone know exactly what's going on? What about the virus called X? Is this going to be another epidemic before election? Are illegal migrants here for a reason? Yes, they are. Is it the government's plan to get Americans upset to cause chaos among themselves? Yes. Are shelters being offered to house migrants in Lake County for a pay-for-play? Maybe. Is WW3, World War III, on the rise? It's very possible. Will AI abolish many professional jobs? Absolutely, yes. Did you know that AI technology are already performing medical surgeries, pushing physicians out of their positions? Many people do not have the slightest idea of what's going on because they are plugged into the matrix, destroyed from the lack of knowledge. When I used to work at Vista, staffing was so overwhelmed with so many people from many different groups. The Lake County Health Department was the same, and still today. Sorry to say, but Waukegan doesn't feel like Waukegan anymore. It feels like a third world socialist, one totalitarian city. Last week, I saw many illegal migrants going about here and there, couldn't speak English with a person as a guide. Migrants begging on the streets, making people feel uncomfortable and safe. Is this where our tax dollars is going? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charity. Diane Verratti.
Good evening. My name is Diane Verratti. I have several questions regarding the proposed amendment to Waukegan's Code of Ordinances, Section 2.40, Standing Committees of the City Council. This matter is scheduled for discussion this evening. The purpose and scope of the proposed amendment to establish a Human Services Committee states, this committee is responsible for quality of life issues impacting Waukegan residents, followed by a list of 12 issues. Included in this list, aging, youth, the arts, recreation, the library, the environment, unemployment, the Community Development Block Grant Program or other grants, food insecurities. So here are my questions, and you all received an email from me, so you should know them. Number one, please explain the use of the word responsible in the proposed amendment. The definition of responsible includes the following: in charge of, in control of, at the helm of, accountable for, liable for. Further definitions include to manage, oversee, superintend, supervise. So what actions do you who are putting forth this amendment plan to take based on the use of the word responsible? How far-reaching will be your power? What are your goals? How do you plan to be in charge of and oversee the workings of these departments and entities? Question number two, what have been the reactions of the heads of city departments and leaders of other community entities to the proposed amendment? My assumption is that all of them have had an opportunity to speak to this proposal. Included in this list would be the chief of police, the chief of the fire department, the director of the CDBG federal program, the supervisor of Waukegan Township, the executive director and president of the Board of Commissioners of the Waukegan Park District, the president of the Waukegan Library Board, the chair of the Waukegan Arts Council, the president of the Board of Waukegan Main Street, the chair of the Waukegan Housing Authority, and others with a vested interest in our community and quality of life issues. Number three question. What is the purpose of circumventing the ability of the mayor to appoint committee members? Historically, committee members are appointed by the mayor and approved by a vote of the city council. And another question, I added this today. What additional attorney's fees have been billed in the execution of this amendment? I'm looking forward to your discussion this evening, and I expect that you will address our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Rextalis.
Chuck Rextalis, I got three items. One is a question for the council. Where's the broadband committee? I think they need to address the new Comcast agreement that's come in. If you've had any service problems with Comcast, you'll know that they're the only service provider in town, and they made a lot of commitments 40 years ago when we authorized them to broadcast within Waukegan. So I would think the broadband committee or some committee should address that issue. Secondly, there should be a public safety committee. I think Alderman Turner brought this up before. I would agree with that, and I would think that the three things that fall under that public safety committee should be the environment, the public safety issues that we have, and then public health, obviously with the Vista closing or the trauma center closing on there. The third item is the mayor brought up the Illinois Pollution Control Board. Not advertised anywhere, not on their website, not anywhere about this coal ash meeting, February 13th and 14th. The only thing they say on their website is they're conducting a coal ash hearing in the city council chambers here at 9 a.m. Tuesday and Wednesday, February 13th and 14th. Somebody needs to get communications to the residents out here, whether they can dial in, come in person, or get on Microsoft Teams. I noticed that was an invite that went out, some video conferencing. So this needs to be communicated to the masses. It seems like they've got a meeting out here that they're looking for no input, having this, as you suggested, during the day. which is just totally absurd. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stephanie Colati.
I'm Stephanie Colati. I'm a Waukegan resident, and my topic is regarding Vista. I've read with concern the letter from Jennifer Bannock, who was the Lake County coroner, and the subsequent articles regarding the situation at Vista Medical Center. I'm also extremely concerned that the hospital's lost its level 2 trauma center designation. The impact of these developments on the city of Waukegan is dire, and it can't be overstated. So I'm hopeful that working together, and it was great to hear Senator Johnson and Mayor Taylor, that we can maintain Vista as a viable resource for our community. I think there are a lot of people in our community who don't have options for other resources, and I think it's critical that we keep the hospital viable. I'd ask the mayor and city council to make this issue a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ramon?
Good evening, audience. Good evening, Mary Ann Taylor. Good morning, good evening, council members. Today I'm here to address the issue of the excessive potholes in Washington Street. As a concerned citizen, I have gathered a petition with 521 signatures from businesses and residents urging you to resurface or repave Washington Street. The current practice of patching potholes is ineffective, and the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. I am not alone in my concern. I have received feedback from many of the residents who are unhappy with the conditions of the roads in Waukegan and are asking what is being done. Many of them would like to attend this meeting, but I have asked them to allow me to speak on their behalf. They feel that the state of the roads is an important issue that needs to be addressed. Residents have reported damage to their vehicles while driving on Washington Street, and some have chosen to avoid the road altogether as a result. Businesses in the area are losing customers, and the reputation of our city is suffering. I understand that Waukegan has resources to address this issue. We have revenue from the casinos and the slot machines in the local businesses, and there's a list of streets to be worked on. I urge you to act and prioritize the repaving of Washington Street. I am not here to cause distress. I simply want to advocate for the improvement of our city. I am willing to donate my time to assist you or your staff in making Waukegan a better place. Let us take pride in our city and work together to make it a better place for all of us to live in. Thank you for your time and consideration from the people of Waukegan.
While we're waiting for the next group, I will say we have addressed this here before, and where we're at is you can't just pave a street. You have to go through an engineering process, and it had not been applied for. We are now in phase 1, which takes 2 to 3 years. Phase 2 is another 2 to 3 years, and our city engineer, can you raise your hand? He can talk to you more about that specifically, but we have already started the process. Okay. But it's not going to resolve itself 1, 2, 3 because you're not allowed to do that without engineering.
Okay. As long as we communicate some type to the residents so they're not saying we're not doing anything.
No, we have communicated it here before, but we are in phase 1 with that. But again, our engineer will be more than happy.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and call the next
The
batch.
next group will be Mr. Rayon Edwards, Kimberly Reich, Pastor Bobby Garland, Brother Blanks, Victoria Palmer, and Trent Tobias. Mr. Rayon Edwards, Kimberly Reich, Pastor Bobby Garland, Brother Blanks, Victoria Palmer, Trent Tobias.
Good evening, community, mayor, and council. Today, I want to talk about Vista East Medical Center. And it's unfortunate, Mayor, that a lot of these issues came before you became a councilwoman and now mayor. But what's disturbing to me is your chief of staff had this letter in December, somebody that you asked to be put on that board. You did. We're not going to dispute it because you shouldn't go back and forth with me. This is Alderman's time and this is my time, so I hope you give me back my couple of minutes. But what I've also noticed is before this press conference was set, you was too busy to show up. You had to prep for city council, dear. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, as Mr. Rick Harris said today at this press conference, had not those cameras been there, 75% of those elected officials wouldn't have been up in there. I'm 46 years old. Well, I will be Thursday. And I've lived here my whole life. I've watched every year that hospital go down and down and down and down and down. And I ain't seen none of my elected officials do anything. It took Jennifer Bannock, that corner, to speak out for any of y'all to say anything, and everybody acting like they knew nothing. Y'all didn't know we've been dying? And then we're talking about we got to sit down and talk to the administration. What are we talking about? While y'all talking, we dying. While y'all talking, we ain't got nowhere to go to get trauma. We are a high-impact area. Don't y'all hear the sirens every damn night? Have you been reading the newspaper? Is your police is being honest with you about the data? Because my baby's dying, Ann. And you flossed up, your lipstick all pretty. You have to look good for the cameras. Everybody want to give an interview. You over at Shiloh Church for the deed. You ain't never been to no church in my community. According to Black Vote, baby ain't gonna get it. Not that way. So I'm asking you tonight, get rid of that chief of staff, or we gonna have a referendum on you at them polls. He is not speaking for this community. He hasn't done nothing for this community. And as far as I'm concerned, dear, you haven't done much. And I'm glad I got the Vice County Board Chair member up in here tonight. Somebody who grew up in this community, who knows that this hospital been shit. And you haven't done anything, dear. You haven't communicated with this community. You haven't spoken out. I haven't seen a statement or nothing. Excuse me. This is my time. This is my time. She cannot call a point of order. We are not at the county board meeting. And her son is not the mayor no more. There's a new administration here. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, one of the things about this community that we got to start doing is being honest. Stop running from these hard conversations. We are not that damn illiterate. In fact, we're not illiterate at all. So we know what's going on. We see it and we understand it. And we need all of y'all to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Rayon. Thank you. Kimberly Wright.
Point of order.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, esteemed council members, and Senator Johnson. I appreciate this opportunity to address you here tonight on behalf of the organization for which I work.
And I'm going to say something else before I leave, because when somebody else interrupted this meeting,
Lake County Physicians Association.
But you let her interrupt and didn't say nothing.
An independent physicians association that was founded 40 years ago by providers in this community. We currently manage over 7,000 lives for Blue Cross Blue Shield and Humana. Members like the man that was just left here today, just like the man that just spoke. We represent people like him. My name is Kimberly Reich. I have been serving as LCPA's Executive Director since June of 2023. And what he says breaks my heart. Now, I am not angry. I'm here because I was encouraged by what I heard Ann and Stephanie Johnson talk about. When LCPA learned of the revocation of Vista Medical Center's trauma center designation this past weekend, the unanimous and collective response was concern for the covered lives we manage, along with concern for the Waukegan community and the rest of the northeastern lake community, the communities that Vista East services. This year, LCPA, to better serve the Lake County community and to strategically remain in step with the changing healthcare times, what this man was talking about, we recently approved the following mission and vision status what we are. LCPA exists to provide high quality, equitable, and affordable healthcare services while improving the health and lives of the members and the communities it serves. Our vision at LCPA is to be a leading, equitable healthcare delivery provider who assists our members and helps them remain accountable and responsible for their health and to improve their lives. We can't do their things for them. For example, we can't get them to maintain their A1C if they're diabetic. So our goal in 2024 is to move forward toward enrolling the more than 20% of the population who have Medicaid or CHIP, many of which are living here in the northeastern Lake County, along with the ever-growing, expanding Medicare marketplace, of which 0.4 million members are currently.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, really,
Pastor Bobby Garland, thank you.
thank you. I just want to say one thing.
Thank you, Pastor Bobby Garland.
Greeting Mayor and the council and the residents of Waukegan, Illinois. I was in this meeting a little earlier, and you guys were discussing about revenue. You know, I'm going to say it in that manner because you're talking about THC and unregulatory. I'm a former alcoholic and drug addict, and God brought deliverance in my life to make sure that I had opportunity to share with my youth and my young. I ask you as mayor and the council to have thoughts about morals and thoughts on your brain when you talk about releasing an unregulatory product into our community. When you talk about allowing THC and all the different drugs to be able to be sold in gas stations and throughout, it's enough that we have to deal with the issues and the problems of our children today. And then we add on this with THC, and it's not regulatory. When we talk about not regulatory, they can do anything they want, just like the insurance companies. They sit here and say because of Waukegan or Illinois' laws, Illinois is one of 3 states in the United States that does not have a regulatory law against the insurance companies. So that's why they ask you for your zip code and then put the price on you, and you paying these astronomical fees. It's not all about revenue. It's about morals. It's about our youth getting to where I am today. Go ahead. And it's by the grace of God that I'm here today. It was men and women, Robert Evans and others, that kept me and helped me get to where I am today. Because of alcohol and drugs almost took me out of here. I'm getting ready to celebrate 48 years of marriage in April by the grace of God. By the grace of God. I almost lost everything because of drugs and alcohol. And you want to allow an unregulatory drug to be sold in gas stations for revenue? Come on. We talk about loving people, even with the hospital. It should be regulatory laws set forth before a business is able to do business in a city or a state. They ought to be able to oblige by them laws before they sit here and talk about taking trauma. I had a heart attack 2 or 3 years ago. I had to drive myself to Condell to get stents put in me because they didn't have the kind of service I need. And I wasn't going to let myself die there in the hallway like another lady died. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about having a common sense in our mind. There's no collaboration. The state should be collaborating with you, Mayor. This is in your city. These are your people. They should be collaborating with them. Collaborating. No business should be able to do business in the city without abiding by regulatory laws. And my last, before you cut me off.
Thank you, sir. Brother Blanks, thank you.
Are we a sanctuary city?
Thank you, sir. Brother Blanks, you're next.
I just wanted to ask that question.
Brother Blanks.
Let me pick up where the pastor left off at when he's talking about our youth. And compliments to you. This year, 34 years cocaine clean, crack and heroin free from being my own best customer out here, where I try to be a part of the solution now. Now, this man is talking about the youth. But during this course of Black history, where we pay tribute to Black history, I want to call attention to the Alabama Children Crusade, who was credited with turning around some of what we knew about segregation. The reason why I want to call my attention to that, because one thing I can say in what this brother is saying, you know, I can get up here, I can stand at this mic, Carlos, and I can talk loud, or I can go down to the school board meetings, I can talk loud, or I can get out there with a protest sign. But if we, as Black men, are not working with our youth to elevate and liberate their minds, and every time we step to this mic or get out there with a protest sign, then we just running our mouth and shooting ourselves in the damn foot. I'm just saying, at this particular point in time, I always had a balance. The reason I know that holding up a protest sign and stepping to this mic is easy, because I've been doing it for pretty close to 30 years now, at least 28. But it always has to be a balance. If you're gonna step to this mic, find a way to be consistent about, this the easy work, right? That's the easy part. The real work is being consistent about working with our children and doing the things they need to do to elevate their mind, being proactive, not reactive. Protesting is reactive. That's reactive. But protesting or proactive means putting in that work like I do, and this brother over here, Brother Calvin Mathis, what we do down there at Black Abolition Movement for the Mind. I'm not telling you I'm not going to protest again, but I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be unbalanced where I'm going to stand up and protest, but I'm not willing to do the hard work and get out here and work with these kids on a regular basis. That's what the real work is. So what I'm saying right now, my challenge in my 47 minutes to every young black man and every black man in our community, you want to put in the real work, you want to make the real changes like Dr. Martin Luther King made with the Children's Crusade, put in the work with these young men. Get out here. I ain't talking about working with them doing Kwanzaa event, doing a Christmas event or a holiday event. I'm talking about a consistency on day to day. That's where the real impact at. That's where the real change is at. That's what we need to do if we want real change for long lasting and not instant gratification and self-glorification. Thank you all for your time and your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Victoria Palmer.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council people. I'm a former worker from Vista. I am here really to say that is a hospital that needs to be in this community. It has so much heart in it, and the people, the employees there, they really, really love Vista. They love the community, but the administration does not respect. When they came in, they said to everybody that there would be no layoffs. Everybody would still have a job. We were all, going to get in there and pull up this hospital, do great things. And basically 2 weeks later, there was, I think, 25 of us that were all given notice. Basically, you're done today. Here's your last paycheck for last week. Bye-bye. I was just coming off of FMLA from having foot surgery, so I was actually, using a handicap sticker. I couldn't walk very well. I just transitioned from being in a scooter. And this was really very difficult to just come in, you're doing your job, really having great hope for this hospital, and then, to just be dismissed very quickly and easily like that. And like I said, there was 25 of us. There were people that had been with the hospital close to 30 years. It was their life. They dedicated themselves, dressed up, came in there, and they knew their stuff. There was no reason why these people should have been let go. They were the heart of the hospital, and it's very unfortunate, and I really, really hope that the hospital comes through and gets an A rating. Thank you.
Thank you. Trent Tobias. Trent Tobias.
Hello, Mayor Taylor and City Council. How are you? I'm sorry? Don't have to move it, it's good? Awesome, you guys can hear me. You guys started this meeting with your desire to communicate with Vista Hospital, and I commend you if you're able to do that. My wife and I own a retail professional building in Grays Lake that has a Vista medical provider care center operated by Vista that was abandoned January 22nd. Abandoned meaning furniture left, hospital supplies left. I'm concerned that there's patient records that were left behind in this property. We own the property, I've secured the facility, and I've locked it up and will not allow anybody in it. But I need to make you aware of the tough time that I've had trying to communicate with Vista and the staff thereof. But prior to that, my first concern is the patients that they've left behind in Grays Lake. Now, we have the retail center there. There's professional services. There's retail services there. We have patients that come up to the facility trying to get in, no signage on the door saying that they've shut down, they've relocated, they've moved, no signage saying what's going on, and these patients are lost. And there's some elderly folks in walkers trying to get service they can't get from Vista right now. Having been a patient in a hospital, if my doctor did that to me and abandoned me, I'd be concerned. I would genuinely be concerned. I'm concerned about the community and the patients that Vista has. The second concern I have is the lack of communication. And Mayor Taylor, that's where I employ you to and commend you. If you're able to get Vista to talk to you, God bless you. You've done a great job. I cannot. I've tried on several phone calls with the CEO of Bianca De Filippi, I believe is how you pronounce her last name, the CFO, Carlo Alcazar's phone calls going back and forth, promises that they would pay the rent that they owe, past due services on the building, past due maintenance on the building. I visited the hospital numerous times and got into Dominic's or Bianca's office and Carlo's office and said, hey guys, can we address some of the issues the building is having? Can we address the past due rent that the building has? Checks in the mail. Unfortunately, guys, we've all heard that phrase before. It's not in the mail. At this point, Vista has abandoned this building. They've left me with roughly a 3-year lease outstanding on it. It's about a $230,000 bill, and I'll get through that. I'll figure out and put somebody else in there. But even calls to the Vista parent company, American Health System, the CEO, Michael Sarin, have gone unanswered. Now, coming back from a family vacation to find out that Grays Lake Vista was abandoned by
Thank
Vista.
you, sir. Thank you. The last group will be
Well, that's a shame.
Jennifer Bannock, Tony Arancic, Calvin Mathis, Julie Sorensen, Hetty Hines, Margaret Carrasco, Clyde McLemore, and the Honorable Mary Ross Cunningham. Honorable Jennifer Bannock, Lake County Coroner, you're up. You're okay. So I'll take you off. Tony Arancic, Calvin Mathis, Julie Sorensen, Hetty Hines, Margaret Carrasco, Clyde McLemore, Mary Ross Cunningham. So Tony, go ahead.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to cover 3 topics very quickly. One, I know this community very well. My parents came here in the early 50s from Europe. I just completed a project in Zion, a $1 billion project decommissioning a nuclear power plant. I was born in the city of Waukegan. My 4 children were born in Vista Medical Center East, and my wife is an RN of 38 years, now at Vista. So I am familiar with this community. That hospital represents a jewel in this community. It represents an outreach to people who frankly could not afford to go to other hospitals, who would have been turned away by other hospitals in this area. So it is critical, it is beyond critical that a solution be found with this company. I do believe that a solution is available, but I think you're going to have to roll your sleeves up and work with this company or anyone who plans to run that facility for the sake of this community. Number 2, I cannot speak any more highly of the employees of that hospital and the doctors and the staff, both who remain there and those who have left. I've had 1 surgery in my life. It's been at Vista. I've held my wife when she's saved patients. I've held my wife when she's lost patients. I talked with her at great lengths to get through COVID-19. She was there the full time. It is a jewel. It is an absolute priority for this community, and moreover for every individual in this community, that that hospital be kept viable for its employees, for its community. So it's time to roll up our sleeves and get this solved. This did not happen overnight, as many people have indicated, this did not happen overnight. The healthcare in the United States, post-COVID-19 and pre-COVID-19, faces significant challenges. It is a shame that in a country as great as this country is, that we stand arguing, passionate, yelling tonight about the state of healthcare in this country. The passion that the workforce at Vista has for its patients and the ultimate care that they deserve. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Calvin Mathis. Calvin Mathis.
Sorry, I didn't know the order. First of all, I just want to say Happy Black History Month. I want to give homage to Ms. Jones and Ms. Cunningham of that generation, the greatest generation to me that ever lived. And I thank you for that sacrifice. I'm your son's age. You see how great the things that he's done. I'm so proud of him. Ms. Cunningham, I thank you for your sacrifice coming from the South. That's where I'm from, Mississippi. And I thank you. I'm sorry for the disrespect that you received. As a young black man, I could be your son. Yes. And I just want to thank, and if I miss anybody else of that generation, I'm going to say thank you. And I say that from my heart because I wouldn't be who I am if it wasn't for people, mothers like this, and fathers. I wasn't going to talk about that, but I kind of changed on the fly. I wanted to talk about the integrity issue that we have at the city level and city leaders, but we got time. And I want to talk, so I just changed on the fly what I wanted to talk about. And black culture is, I wear this shirt, this hoodie here. Parliament Funkadelic was my group growing up. One of the most, how should we say, role models, one of the best role models you could have in music, but they were good, and they were black. And I love rock and roll, and since I saw Funkadelic, I said, hey, that's my group there, and they were black. Now, I'm giving you a little taste of black culture, of what the children that they raised, how we came up, and how we were brought up to respect the elders, how we were brought up to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. You may not agree with it or like certain elders, but you will not disrespect those elders in public. I resent that. I totally resent that. Brother Blanks has given you heads up on that. And we're not, and Brother Blanks, thank you for the acknowledgement. The work that Brother Blanks done in my last 45 seconds. Brother, I'm so proud to be working with you in the community. You hit the nail on the head. If we're going to change the city, if we're going to change the United States even, the most effective thing you can do is to work with the youth. You got to work with the youth. You got to get on the ground. Like Brother Blank say, you just can't show up, Johnny come lately and leave, come to the mic and run your mouth. No, hit the ground. Come out and work with me and Brother Blanks. I'm going to tell you up front, it's not for the faint or the weak at heart. But hey, sacrifices have to be made. Our parents made them. We got to make them. So thank you. Next week, next meeting, I'm going to talk about this integrity issue that we have.
Thank you, sir. Julie Sorensen. Julie Sorensen.
I have lived here in Lake County my entire life. Worked here in Waukegan for 35 years as a probation officer. I'm now retired. My husband and I purchased health insurance through the county at $1,400 a month. My husband has a chronic health condition for which he needs ongoing care and has for the past 23 years. Vista is our hospital. Learning that the trauma center lost its certification was not a surprise to me. In fact, I was happy to hear it. I heard it from my daughter because she works for Vista and has for a number of years. The situation there I've been made aware of due to ongoing communication that I've had with her. I'm going to list for you 7 issues that she and some of her coworkers put together. that are of concern to them. Shortages on hospital essentials due to lack of payment, such as blood products, and medications. Pain medications, she was just telling me that the other day. No specialty doctors, such as psych, neurosurgery, and urology to see patients in the hospital. A lack of supplies due to lack of payment to Medlines, such as equipment for procedures, wipes to clean patients, disposable plates, silverware, stock food, and juice for patient use, paper for printers. Lack of payment to laundry services causing shortages on sheets, gowns, and towels. Broken equipment such as computers, elevators, EKG machines, and beds. Staffing shortages. Lack of educators, managers, resources to give hospital staff guidance during these shortages and updates as to what is the plan for Vista. I'm told the whistleblower that apparently came forward, she was fired, walked out of the hospital by security, a message to the rest of the employees. This is what happens when you talk. This toxic work environment will be difficult to overcome, and I certainly hope for substantial change and improvement.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Hospital
Hetty
in
Hines
its
is
current
next.
state
Thank
is
you.
not functional at a very basic level.
Thank you. Hetty Hines?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. A vibrant community needs three things. You need commerce, you need excellent schools, and you need to have access to health care. People do not move into dying towns. We need to make sure that we're working earnestly and have community involvement with Vista. I was born and raised in Waukegan. I remember when it was Victory Hospital. Yes. And it was the best, and it was a beacon. And I am confident, I recently moved back to Waukegan when I got married. I am confident that we can restore Waukegan. We have the insight, we have the intelligence, we have the grit, and we've got community involvement. So what we are asking for the owners of Vista is to include the community, not to run away from us. We are committed, because one of the things that businesses often forget is that just as you came to a town, your support can be taken away as well. But we are committed to Waukegan, to the health care of this community, and the continued vibrancy of this town. I yield my time.
Thank you. Margaret Carrasco.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Carrasco. I will be filing an ethics complaint against the mayor, Ann Taylor, and her chief of staff, George Bridges, based on the most appalling and devastating news in the entire history in the city of Waukegan. The decision is based on confidential documents which I have attained, and information that was presented today in the press conference. What the community does not know, who is responsible. The buck stops here, Mayor Ann Taylor and her chief of staff, George Bridges. He's hiding somewhere, I guess. Why are they responsible? We ain't stupid. They knew a long time ago and hid the information from the board, from the Waukegan aldermen, and from the residents, us, the residents of Waukegan. Inaction, a gross case of derelict of duty. George Bridges lied when he stated he had given the letter to the board members of the hospital. He never did. Besides the whole fiasco with the Vista devastating, the last and most disgusting reason is last month, myself, Liz, and another Latina woman, we came here innocently to a community meeting, we thought, As we were leaving, George Bridges came running out insisting to fill out a form for a training program. We said, okay, we believed him. We trusted him. We never got the information. However, last week, one of the Latina women got a phone call from George Bridges' doc friend, you know, the organization that rents here, that uses City Hall for free, contacted her. Where did he get her private telephone number? Only George Bridges had it on that form. That is a breach of privacy. 2, misuse of official information. 3, abuse of his position of power, having access to that woman's private information and without consent to share it to another man unknown to her. Her confidentiality was violated. Therefore, tonight, I am demanding the resignation of City of Waukegan Chief of Staff George Bridges. Shameful, disrespectful, and embarrassing to the City of Waukegan. Woman, be on alert. Thank you. You can't trust him.
Thank you. Clyde McLemore.
Clyde McLemore, Executive Director for Black Lives Matter, Lake County. I'd like to talk about Vista. I wasn't born and raised here, but I've been here since 1995. I done had 2 children. There was one out of St. Therese. Y'all remember St. Therese, and then I had another son born out of Vista. A couple of years ago, I had a stroke, and I wanted to go to Condell, but they made me go to Vista because the stroke was setting in, and I had to go to Vista. And I stayed Vista for 4 days, and they sent me out to some good treatment, and you couldn't tell. I had no priority or nothing. However, 2 months ago, I had a heart attack. And they wanted to send me to Vista. I said, oh, no. So they took me over to Condell. Now, I just heard the senator speak, and I read a comment talking about that's about 20 minutes away. No, it's not, because I drove myself to Condell. It's about 30 minutes away, all right? But I sat in Condell for a week. I saw one doctor. I run a business, so payroll came up, so I signed myself out. My doctor found out I signed myself out, called me on my cell phone, said, go back to another hospital, go to Lake Forest. I went to Lake Forest. Now, Mayor, I understand they've been having talks about Vista. You have not attended one meeting. How I know? Because the board told me. I asked, have the mayor showed up? This is your city. But see, I keep telling you, you really don't live in Waukegan. Because where you live at, if something was to happen, you go to Lake Forest because you live in Libertyville, or you go to Condell. You don't come to Vista. It's a health crisis now for black and brown people here in Waukegan, Zion, North Chicago. Because where else are we going to go? Gunshots, stroke, anywhere, it can happen. We need you to step up and be the mayor of the city. We need you to step up. Because this ain't just happened in the last couple of months, but I knew from the board members that I didn't need to go to no Vista when I had my heart attack. I probably wouldn't stand there. Today, I stand here 65 years old today, 26 years clean, and somebody talked about recovery. I remember when Vista used to have the meetings up in there. St. Teresa used to have the meetings. They don't even have them over there no more. You know, they didn't care nothing about recovery. That's all I got. But we need you to step up and step into these meetings.
Thank you. Mary Rouse Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I see my alderman here, great alderman. I'm standing here as a citizen, not elected official. That's what I'm standing here as. You know, I think my first time speaking here, unless I'm bringing something to the city. the word that I heard, I'm sorry, Mayor, for disrespecting your council. I wasn't raised like that. My father didn't raise me like that. I was raised by a preacher's kids. And when you keep coming, and this kid don't even know me, this Ray Elwood. He know my name. He lived over there in the project, but I never dealt with that. He don't even know nothing about me. And you're gonna keep coming, scanning my name? I would not let that happen again. I would not let that happen again, because I'm about tired of it. You know, he scandalized everybody. I'm not a part of no problem. I'm a part of the solution. That's my slogan. I'm running off of that. See, I don't join problems. I was taught like that. And Vista Hospital saved my life in 2011. If our ex-Alderman, 3rd Ward Alderman, I always call him 3rd Ward Alderman, Greg Mosio, which me and his parents go way back, years back. I was getting ready to go to Portland, Oregon for the county, because I represent the county. And my doctor, I did a stress test the day before. My doctor called my son, Sam, and he said, you need to send her to the hospital. If she get on the plane, she won't make it. And thank God I did. I had a dry drooper. I don't know who was on this council then, all new people. Lynn might have been on here. 2011, was you on here? No, nobody was on this council then. You had a whole new council, because the mayor was before Sam. Motley was the mayor. And I always gonna have respect for Vista Hospital, but I'm gonna have it for the right way. I live right down the street off of Sheridan Road. I can walk to Vista for service, and that's my hospital. I worked at Sanctuaries. I worked at the VA for 29 and a half years. So, but they need to stop coming here trying to down peoples and get them some Jesus. That's what and get a job. When you get a job and work all day, you come home, you're tired. You ain't got time to
Thank
put
you,
nobody
ma'am.
down.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer Bannock, did you decide to talk?
Madam Clerk,
Lake County Coroner?
I was asked to speak, and so if I could just take a few moments.
Hold on. Last one. Let's hear her.
Healthcare is a human right that should be available to everyone. My name is Jennifer Bannock. I'm the Lake County Coroner. I'm a nurse anesthetist or a nurse anesthesiologist, and I am also the whistleblower. I was asked to say a few words. The stories that I've heard from staff members and family members are all too familiar to me. I love taking care of patients at Vista Medical Center East. I sense from the emotions that we had at the press conference and from what we hear today that many of you have felt that this has been a problem that has gradually worsened over the years. And I have the privilege to serve in elected office and have this platform. I take it very seriously, and I challenge American healthcare systems as a for-profit organization to rise to the occasion and fix the deficiencies that were identified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and earn back its Level 2 trauma center designation that privilege was taken away from them by the Illinois Department of Public Health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes the audience time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, everyone, for coming and talking for 3 minutes. Some of you, this is your first time here, and we appreciate hearing from you, so thank you.
Mayor, can we get a minute for a bathroom break? Then let the people leave.
Sure.
I second
For those
that.
of you who want to leave, we'll do that. And then we're going to give a 5-minute because you can't do things in a minute.
My wife has meetings, she can't take the kids, so, you know, I had to do it, and it's okay. They're fun, you know, they keep it.
Okay, I'm going to start to call the alderman back, please. Can I have all the aldermen back, please? Yep. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the rest of the meeting. So if I can have the audience please be seated. We're going to reconvene, so if I can have the audience please sit. Okay, we are now on item 4, the consent agenda. Can I have a first and a second to hear all items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
As one.
Second. When do we pull them out? We want to pull some out after?
Well, does anybody want to pull anything out?
Yeah, I would like to pull out item H.
No, this is for the consent agenda.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay. So can I have a first and a second?
You had Hayes and Florian.
Hayes and Florian. Okay. This is a motion to hear all of the consent agenda items as one. Item A, motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Item B, a motion to approve regular payroll dated January 26, 2024 in the total amount of $1,916,241.24. Item C, a motion to approve miscellaneous payroll, which includes paid holiday payback and cash outs and final payments dated January 26, 2024 in a total amount of $21,330.85. And item D, a motion to approve vendor payments dated February 5th, 2024 in an amount of $3,349,386.44. Can I have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There being no reports under old business, well, there is one under old business. It is the discussion of the creation of Public Works Safety Committee, City Council. Should we just hold this over to the Committee of the Whole? Is that what you want to do?
It's an old business, so could it be going to committee of the whole?
You can refer it back to committee of the whole.
I would not like to. I would like to discuss now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to read this because, if I may, regarding what the committee is. So this is what we're wanting to establish. A committee in this.
Alderman Felix, I just want to pause. If on the AV, if we could pull up the presentation for 6A, so it's up on the screen. And I would go to the 4th slide, proposed amendments.
So I'm going to read, this is because I want to make sure I simplify what's on there, because a lot of people were confused as to what it is. So based on my research and wanting to explain to the community what it is, because we had a lot of questions. We had a lot of questions that if we're going to be supervising certain staff, which we're not, if we're going to establish what is a board or commission, which is what COPA is, we're not. This is not a board or commission. but those get established under committees. So it just opens a door to something like that, but it's not that. It opens the door for something like that because COPA in Chicago falls under the Public Safety Committee. So but that, a board or commission, which like COPA, takes a lot of community engagement, surveys, which is something that could be done, but this is not what that is. What we are establishing is a committee, so this is what it is. A committee in a city council is like the specialized task force of local governments, which is your aldermen. It's a group of council members assigned to develop into specific issues or areas like finance, in this case public safety or urban planning. They conduct in-depth research, review proposals, and make recommendations to the larger council, which is the city council. It is basically teamwork in action, with each member bringing their expertise to the table and ensuring well-informed decisions are made for the benefit of the community. Committees usually have limited, so this is where we have limited authority and primarily make recommendations to the full council. So nothing will ever come and then we'll make final action, final decision. This is something that will come through. So this is the reason why I want to bring it forward is that this is the opportunity for your elected officials to bring forth legislation that tackles issues that pertain to public safety. This is where you would be able to see that. If you see that there's people that are more interested in public safety, this is where you will see that. Why is it important to have a public safety committee? Focus expertise. So it is a dedicated committee that allows council members with expertise in public safety or law enforcement to concentrate on addressing specific challenges faced by the community. This specialization can lead to more effective solutions. So if we have an interest in bringing things forward, which I am, Keith Turner has been interested. He's brought it up so many times. We have a former retired police officer. There's people out here that are interested in wanting to put something forward. So that's why we're pushing this forward. Public Safety Committee provides a platform for community members to engage directly with the city officials on matters related to crime and safety. This involvement fosters a sense of community and collaboration in finding solutions. Just the fact that we have something named public safety lets us focus on public safety. With a dedicated committee, there is a better chance of prioritizing and allocating resources effectively. This includes funding for law enforcement. Well, that's something that we're not going to tackle in this committee. Community programs and initiatives aimed at preventing and addressing crime. That would be us putting things forward, legislation. The differences between a committee and a board, so that's where the differences are. So a board or commission can be created and citizens can join those board or commissions. That's what a COPA style of board or commission is. That's something, again, we can work towards, but we have to open first the door to that, and that would be establishing this committee. And this committee could be dissolved at any time. If we decide to, for whatever reasons, we can do that as well, which it has, because we had one before prior. Currently, there are, there's a Finance Purchasing Committee, there's the Community Development Committee, there's a Government and Operations and Oversight Committee, Public Work and Infrastructure Committee, Code Revisions and Negotiations, and Appeals Committee. This would be the additional committee that we're wanting to establish.
So my questions to you are like there's 12 points in here that you're talking about. Community health, including public health, mental health, general and emergency assistance. I mean, some of this is, are you asking that the city does public health, mental health, emergency assistance, and where in the budget would that be?
So we're not talking about budget. So anything that comes through a committee, it's already budgeted for. Or I'll give an example. The social workers that the police are getting, it went through a committee that deals with mental health and all these other issues. We didn't, talk about it being in the budget because that was a grant that went through. Yes. So it went through the committee. It's not like we are bringing that forth. It went through the committee and it passed. We didn't have any say whether, just to grant that, we made a recommendation, and then we made the recommendation to the full council. So when we're talking about, if these things will come through, or that list that you guys see on the presentation, those issues pertaining to those, every line item will come through this committee. That's the only thing that we're asking for, and we can have conversations about that.
Okay, well, I mean, I do have questions like community purchase services. That's what finance is for. I'm not sure what community purchased services are.
So, and that right now, that Stu can help me out, because they added that, but I wouldn't want any financial matters to in terms of contracts or whatnot, like that should not come to this committee. That should go to financing.
Okay. How about aging and youth in the city?
So that could be anything. If we bring something forward that we want to pass as legislation, for example, the painting of there's the painting of the graffiti. If we want to say, hey, I want to make an ordinance to help the elderly that can't paint their graffiti upon request, that would go through this. That involves the aging community. That involves things like that.
Well, I mean, everything could be an aging community. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is some of this, like environment, is already under community development. Some of this is work that not-for-profits are working with, like workforce development. You've got, human services related to commissions and that kind of thing. So I guess I want to understand for myself what it is that, you've got here police and fire services as they relate to public health and crime reduction. So, I mean, are we looking to tell our police, hey, there's too many speeders, we want to implement, well, I mean, that generally goes through purchasing because that's part of the budget, not something that comes up later. So that's what I'm saying, like food insecurities, we don't do food drives. So that's not for profit. So I guess what I would like is for you to talk to Stu and clean this up. Do you want all 12 of those things in there? What is it that you want to get out?
I want to make sure we don't confuse the people, because you're talking about these line items, like if we were to, like to create a food pantry or food whatever. That's not what a committee does. We put forth ordinances, and at times when we talk to Stu and we create an idea, we direct staff. So we put an ordinance to direct staff, but that could happen in any committee. So I don't want to make sure that we confuse the people and keep dragging this along. I think it's pretty simple. If the seasoned aldermen have been in committees, you guys should know what a committee is. New aldermen, I sent you guys what I was reading, what the differences are. Well, I don't want to confuse the people from creating this public safety committee. I think it's been a long overdue. I think is that you have new aldermen here that are wanting to focus on public safety, and we want to push ideas forward in this to go through this committee. So I don't think there's no need to clean anything up. It's the language is there. If anything that's pertaining to those issues, it will come through this committee. And whenever something comes, it's at your direction or the council's direction. If I make a motion, we decide here in the council whether it's going to go to whatever committee or the committee of the whole. So I don't think that would cause any kind of issues because we would direct where it would go to. Am I right? I mean, I think that I don't want to keep confusing the people as to what this is and what it's not.
But this, what I'm concerned about is some of this would have to be rewritten for other committees, because like environment, you can't have it under public safety when it's already under community development. So then every committee needs to be reworked, which is an enormous amount of time for both our staff and legal.
Oh, I want to make, that's another thing that a lot of people bring up, because it's been said a lot that we put so much pressure on our legal counsel and it's going to cost all this money. We have contracts with our counsel, with our legal counsel to provide this work to the council, not just to the mayor, not to just, this is the reason why we use our legal counsel.
Our retainers that, so far, in the amount of staff time and on legal, we have spent well over $20-some thousand extra legal fees that are not included as part of our retainer doing some of these meetings.
Well, just some of these meetings, but do any of those include any of your things that you brought forth new this year? Nothing?
No.
Nothing?
Legal fees for like litigation that we have, that's just this part.
I don't want to confuse people because things are going to come up unexpectedly that we're going to require legal counsel to work on, like the lawsuits that we have or whatever, you know.
But one of the easiest things that could happen is instead of aldermen going to Stu for everything and say, make this motion for me, this is kind of what I want, that's what the aldermen should be doing. You're the legislators. Take the old ordinance that you want to change, write it the way you want, and then just pass it through council or through corporate
We
council.
have. So I worked with Kelly.
Mayor,
We
can I
finally
make a
worked with
suggestion?
Stu. So this is the point where we're getting close to we're just pushing it through.
Mayor, can I?
Alderman Florian?
So Alderman Felix, a committee, as you said, makes recommendations to the city council based on whatever is on the agenda. Our job up here is to legislate. So can you give me some examples of what legislation you would propose through this committee based on community purchase services, aging and youth in the city, the arts, unemployment? Like, what legislation can we, as a council, create that would affect employment in the city or unemployment?
I agree with you with that because what you're questioning that, like when I spoke to Kelly, she wanted to involve the human services aspect of it, which that's what she added. So this is something that legal counsel recommended that we added, which I'm like, okay, well, we can push some of these things through. So if you want to ask also, we should also ask legal counsel what those are.
I can clarify, because I think there was some miscommunication here. Originally, when this was first brought to Committee of the Whole, this was a public safety committee that had a much more narrow scope. When we spoke further to Alderman Felix, he indicated that he wanted a broader scope. Kelly provided him examples of what some other communities have done, namely a community that she had worked with very heavily, which was Evanston. A lot of these were items that came from Evanston's ordinance and represented a pretty broad scope for a committee, quite honestly. That was offered as a template, and we expect that there would be a lot of revision and back and forth. So that's where this came from.
Okay, so can you explain to me, Stu, how does this function in Evanston? Like, what does their committee that's called Public Safety and Health and Human Services, or whatever the heck it's called, how does it function as a committee? Like, what do they do what he says they want to do, which is recommend things to city council to pass legislation on these issues?
Yes, I would say that if you look at Evanston, which is a community that has a very active legislature, which is, I mean, have done things like initiate reparations and other programs like that. They have, that committee has been a source of probably a lot of those ideas like that. I have not represented Evanston personally. I'm not the best person to talk about this. I mean, I think that it's an appropriate conversation for you all to have as to the scope of this committee, and if there are things that are not applicable or that there are, quite honestly, not 5 votes for, then as part of the legislative process, you can start ticking them off.
I'm sorry, may I have the floor, please?
Yes.
I'd just like to make a suggestion. Maybe we should hold this over again on my holdover. And I'll work with Alderman Felix, and maybe we can narrow the scope and make it more clear what's being asked and the direction this committee would take.
I agree. I think it needs to be narrowed down some, because it's not that, I'm opposed to a committee. If that's what we decide, I'm fine with that. But this is so broad that it's so broad what's going to get accomplished out of it. And that's where my concern is that the other part of this is, you know, you can see even with the committee of the whole, how long it's taking us to get through things. Adding one more committee on our agendas, none of you can really be here before 5 o'clock. How early are we going to start these meetings? Because you can't, in fairness to residents, be starting a council meeting an hour late every time you have a council meeting. That's not fair to residents. So the reason that it was discontinued in the past was because it could be put under other items, and that way it was more reasonable to have so many committee meetings per council meeting. Like, you know, we have finance and public works one time per month, and then we do the community or GO&O and community development another part of the month. So we're struggling to get committee of the whole through. If we have one more committee, I just want to know that it's going to be worth it, is what my concern is. There's no use establishing a committee and then literally paying another alderman $75 a month to chair something, and then we never have it. Going back to broadband, we paid a chairperson $75 a month, an alderman, and they met twice. That's not good public policy. It's just not.
Well, Mayor, broadband, comparing it to public safety, I think they're very, very different. Waukegan has so much crime, so many issues facing it that we need to put some focus into it. In terms of it being another committee where we're going to run out of time, we had 2 committees today, which lasted like 5 minutes. So it's just a matter of planning things out the right way and being able to
That
push
is, we
things
don't know
forward.
how long they're going to last, because sometimes we give you your automatic briefings, and then you get up here, and then there's 1,000 questions, even
That's-
though they could have been answered before.
That's the planning part. That's the planning. That's, you know, if we want to, if we, and that's when you say that, like, everyone has questions, and sometimes, and I learned this from Lynn. Oh, I forgot. You know, this question slipped my mind. You know, like, okay, well, we all, you know, have other questions once we're having a conversation.
But it helps if we can either talk to staff or talk to someone so that we're not spending extra time on things that could be a 30-second question and not turn into a 30-minute discussion.
Mayor.
So that's just, it's how we want to do it. I'm playing I don't want to say devil's advocate, because I'm not opposed to anything. I just am saying that it's something that needs to be thought out.
I'd just like to hold it over.
Sure. Do you have a second for that?
Well, we don't.
You don't need to,
Holdovers
but-
don't require, has this been held over previously, though?
Yes.
Yes, it's
So can
many times.
Can I make a motion to move this forward?
I'll second that.
And once we,
Yeah, just for the point of order, an item can only be held over once. It could be postponed by a vote, but you would need the majority to decide to postpone it to a date certain. The holdover is kind of the automatic, and so.
So question, though, it was held over in committee, not necessarily council, right?
I cannot recall if it was held over.
well, right now it's in council, right? I mean,
This was in council. This was in council last time. I believe it was brought to council last time, and I cannot recall. I'd have to pull up the minutes and to see if actually what the procedure was. I mean, the simple fact is, if there is a consensus to postpone it, you can postpone it. If there's a consensus to move forward, at this point, this is not an ordinance. This would be something that would need to come back to the council in ordinance form anyway.
and one last thing I want to say, just like in the Senate, when they push things through, they start to amend things that, you know, they start to sharpen it up a little more. So, you know, if we have other ideas later on, we can amend certain parts that don't make sense. But it doesn't mean that we okay, just stop and push it for another month or so, you know.
Well, there's truth to that, and there's, if it changes other committees, then we have to do a massive change for all the committees. You can't amend that after the fact. You have to present the committees of what their responsibilities are. So it's not just a simple case of amending something. It is, if this is like you want to include environment, well then the Community Development Committee needs to be changed. And same with sometimes with purchasing. So it's not on this quite as easy as, what I think.
I think it's so at most, there's not even 20 items. We can literally just say, okay, well, this one, take it out. This one, we can leave. It's not a hard issue to decide now.
Okay. Did you guys vote on this in the council, or was it under committee of the whole
Just
last time?
just to clarify, I just pulled up the minutes, if that would be helpful.
Yes.
So this was discussed under new business at council.
Okay.
It was not formally held over. The minutes reflect that after a lengthy discussion, it was ultimately decided this item would move forward on the agenda on February 5th. So this was kind of informally continued, not formally held over.
So do you want to formally hold it over, is what I'm asking? It was not formally held over.
So
The discussion was simply continued.
how did it? Okay.
Okay.
Can I
Sure.
insert a quick comment here? I think if we're going to create a committee responsible for quality of life issues impacting Waukegan residents, that all aldermen should be here. And if it's a committee that would potentially impact finance and purchasing, I think Alderwoman Newsom should be present. So if we are voting to create yet another committee, I think everybody should be here. I would just recommend that we postpone until the March 5th meeting. I will not be at the next meeting, and I think everybody should be here. And in that time, there is an opportunity to, as Alderman Felix stated, sharpen it and potentially narrow the scope and the purpose of the committee, because at the moment it seems redundant and overly broad. And I'm not really sure what purpose it serves, but I don't want to dismantle the opportunity to create a committee like this. I just think that everybody should be here.
So can I have a motion to hold this over to March 4th?
Well, I did
I'm
have a
sorry,
motion,
Alderman,
and it was
did you want
second.
to say something? Okay.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say something. This is very confusing, and I have some people in my ward reach out to me too, and they didn't understand what was going on here. And even myself, I had a problem with it, and I looked at some of the stuff that it's there, and the premise is there, the idea is there, but this is just too much stuff. We need to work on this and then bring it together when we can all agree on something.
So,
Mayor, there is a motion and a second on that has been made.
for what?
Well, that's so what, could you clarify the motion, please?
I redacted. We can hold it over.
Okay, so we've got a first, who's the second?
I'll second.
I asked to clarify, are we holding it over? A holdover, it would just be for 2 weeks. If this is a postponement, which is to a date certain, so a
Yes.
postponement
It's a
until the
table.
March 5th?
It's March 4th.
I'd like to postpone to March 4th. Right, that gives us plenty of time to discuss. Since we
that's
cannot
too
meet
long.
more than 3 aldermen together, then let's push it out and have some detailed discussion. Come back and finalize this thing and take a vote on it.
Okay.
That's
So we have, you're the first, and who's the second on
so.
that?
I'll second it.
I didn't first. I didn't.
No.
No.
Okay.
I was saying that it was. So are we? What are we doing? We're holding it over.
Hold on, let's clarify here. We had a motion and a second. Are you withdrawing your original
So
motion?
I want to withdraw it and hold it over.
Okay. Holding it over only is for 2 weeks.
Right.
So a 2-week holdover is the only way that can be overruled is by 2/3 majority, which would require consideration right now. I don't think anyone wants to consider this right now. So this technically would appear on the agenda in 2 weeks. At that point, it could be further postponed. So
Can we just table it till March 4th?
Is there a subsequent motion procedurally to do that?
I would encourage us to table it. Alderman Hayes just said he can't be here at the next meeting, and one of the reasons we're holding it over is because Alderman Newsom's not here. So I don't think it's really fair to hold it over so Newsom can be here, and then Alderman Hayes won't be here.
So if someone else is missing that time, then we're holding it over again?
Everybody just needs to be here. I'll be here. I haven't missed a meeting yet. I'll be here.
So no one's told us anything different, that they won't be here at the March 4th meeting. So
I need to say something about that because I work for emergency services, and I might not be here. So, I mean, it goes on and on and on. So let's not play the game. Let's just do it for 2 weeks and call it a day. Whether you're ready or not, that's what it is. Because it's already been on the books for, 6 weeks? And then for another 6 or 8 weeks, it's been on the books.
Okay, so we have,
I'm not going to be here in 2 weeks.
Wait a minute. We
just so you know.
can't not conduct city business because one alderman is missing. I mean, we get to miss 2 meetings unexcused. So let's move this thing forward. If your alderman's here to take a vote, if they're not, then they don't take a vote.
Fine, then push it through tonight. If it's so important
Let's
and
vote
absolutely
now.
critical, then let's just vote on it tonight.
I agree.
okay, so what exactly is the motion? Because it's just for discussion right now.
Yeah, right now, just to clarify, a request to hold over has been made. This is automatically postponed for 2 weeks unless someone wants to basically try and overrule the holdover, which, once again, this is a custom rule in our rules of procedure, would put this back on the table for immediate consideration.
Okay. Stu, just
It's when, and this is for discussion, there's not an ordinance written right now, so.
we can wait till March. That's fine.
Okay, so then, so the holdover is now withdrawn. Can we get a motion to postpone
Motion to
consideration of
postpone
this?
consideration till March 4th, please.
Second.
Second?
Okay, so Alderman Turner was the first. Alderman Felix, were you the second? Yes. Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On to new business. You wanted to
And
pull
Mayor, I just wanted to make one point about new business. There's a duplicate on the agenda. H and I are the same matter, and so there is no, you could, I would recommend deleting H or disregarding H.
Did you want to pull I then?
Well, we probably need a motion to omnibus, right?
Well, he wants to pull out I, so we're going to omnibus.
And I want to pull out some items, too.
Yeah.
Which ones
So
do
I'd
you
like to
want?
pull out I, and Guzman would like to pull out.
E and F. Correct.
So we're going to omnibus A through D and G. And we don't have to do
J is not
so-
an item,
Yeah.
J is not an item for actual consideration.
So can I have a motion to omnibus A, B, C, D, and G?
Make that motion.
Second.
Alderman Turner and Alderman Florian were your first and second. Roll call, please, on that.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Newsom. No, she's not here. Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item A is an ordinance renewing and extending a moratorium on text amendment applications for private parties pending adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance.
Ma-
And
I
this-
really apologize, ma'am. Could we just call out how long that moratorium is or when it ends?
Noel, do you want to come up and say when this?
How long is the moratorium for? Or when is it going to end?
The moratorium will expire at the earlier of the adoption of the UDO, which I expect to be the expiration, or August 6th.
Whichever is earlier.
Right, the earlier of those.
Okay,
Mayor.
so again, I will read it again. Item A, an ordinance renewing and extending a moratorium on the text amendment applications for private parties pending adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance, and this was referred by the Community Development Committee on February 5th, 2024. Item B, an ordinance approving amendments to the Historic Preservation Ordinance referred by Committee Development Committee on February 5th, 2024. Item C, an ordinance approving zoning calendar number 2736, a text amendment to section 4.18 of the zoning ordinance regarding the co-location of cannabis business establishments to allow the co-location of a recreational cannabis craft grower and a recreational cannabis processing organization in the I-1 restricted industrial and I-2 general industrial districts, and that was referred by the Community Development Committee on February 5th, 2024. Item D, an ordinance approving zoning calendars number 2737 through 2740, granting variances and conditional use permits for the establishment and operation of a recreational cannabis craft growing facility and a recreational cannabis processing facility at 345 North Lakewood Avenue. And that was referred by the Community Development Committee on February 5th, 2024. Item G, a resolution approving an intergovernment agreement between the City of Waukegan and North Chicago for an emergency water supply interconnect. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on February 5th, 2024. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mm-hmm. Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton. Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion pass.
Okay, item E, I need a first and a second, and then we'll do discussion. I need a motion for a first and a second. for
First.
Second.
Florian and Turner? Okay.
So,
Alderman Guzman, did you want to say something?
yes, actually, I want to put a hold on these two items so we can, I actually want these streets line item instead of just giving the bulk money and deciding what streets are going to get done and what streets are not going to get done. So when a street is decided that it's going to get done, we're going to appropriate funds and put on a line item to that street. So if that street doesn't get done, the money stays there until that street gets done. Because last year, I had a list of roads that were posted. There was 3 or 4 roads that never got done. And I posted it online and told my residents what streets were going to get done. And basically, they called me a liar. I said, no, I'm not a liar. I only presented what I was told. And in 2024, I received a road list, and some of the streets are there, some of the streets are not, even though I conveyed multiple times if those streets were going to get done. So some of those streets are back on 2024, and then I said, okay, so those 2 streets, some streets are there, then what happened to the money for 2024? Why am I not streets? Because that money was supposed to be allocated in 2023. So I should have had the streets for 2023 and 2024. So that should have been 2 or 3 plus whatever is allocated for 2024. So I want to, instead of just giving out the bulk money, I want a line item.
Jesus, can you come up?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you explain why some were not done this year it's because of lead services, I'm sure, and where they're allocated for lead services. We don't do the road if the lead service has not been done first. So can
That
you
is correct.
explain
So
that?
that is our policy, working with Director of Public Works, Director of Water Department. When we establish the lead service line project, our subsequent project will be the roads. As you may understand, getting the design for the roads takes time. So we have a couple contracts with our engineering firms to make sure that the quantities are being taken, specifications are being developed, that we're following due diligence when proceeding with these projects. So there's a lot of planning that goes behind the scenes when we put out a road program. At that time, some roads that we picked out in the original process do take longer. Right now, we have a list that require stormwater management compliance, so those are going to be sent to Lake County for permitting. The ones that you see now are the ones that don't require a permit from Lake County due to the drainage. So working with Public Works Director, the decisions are being made so we can keep the projects moving forward, and that's why you see this list of roads. So this list of roads actually accomplishes the resurfacing for all the streets that we did for the lead service line removal.
Question is this, okay, so if more it needs to be done, then why put them on the list in the first place if you already know you're not even gonna do them because of other restrictions or other paths?
Well, we don't always know that until we get, it's like building, doing an improvement on your house. Until you open the walls up, you don't always know that there's other issues there. Is that the best way to describe it? But
That is a good analogy, Major. So we do corings to take quality of the sub-base, the binder, and the HMA surface. Sometimes we can get away with just the resurfacing of the top layer. There are certain streets that will require full reconstruction. So if you're more than welcome to come to my office, I can show you the graphs that are provided to us in the engineering side, how long a road should last. If we just keep resurfacing the top layer without addressing the sub-base, those get degraded at a faster rate than if we were to do a pavement management project along with the reconstruction, right? So there's a time in the history of the road where it needs to get reconstructed, and that's where some of these design efforts that we're doing right now are still in design because it requires a full reconstruction and a permit.
Okay, then why did I ask 3 times? First, I think it was in May or June. Second, then I was told by Chief Bridges, actually, I emailed him 3 times, 3 different times. First was in, I think it was June or July about the roads, because I've gotten resident complaints. Then again in like July or August, and they're still scheduled to be done in the fall. Then it came out to October, November. They're still scheduled to be done, and then nothing happens. So these are multiple times that I've requested this. And then I come and see the road list for 2024, and only 2 streets are there. And then I come get an email saying, well, one street is not going to be done to 2025. I said, okay, then why did you tell me in 2023 that street wasn't going to get done to 2025?
Because our original intent was to put it on that schedule, but as Major Taylor stated the analogy, once we do the core in the design, some decisions have to be made to keep progressing with the roads. We can't hold on to one road, but we must proceed with design. Also, our consultants, now we have other ones. They're busy going out there, giving us the drawing specifications. We're giving them a lot of contracts because we need to move the projects forward. So to answer your question, our initial intent is still there. It's the process that it takes to do the engineering, the design specification development, cost estimating, ensuring that we have proper compliance with Stormwater Management Commission, and providing the adequate drainage. So it's all a plan.
Okay, then where's the allocation of the funds? If 2023 was allocated, let's say $100,000, then I should still have $100,000 for the second ward, plus 2024, another $100,000. So I should have $200,000. So every time it keeps going over and over, the allocation of funds should be there, because it doesn't seem like the second ward is getting its fair share.
So the allocation of funds, they do get rolled over. But again, right, it's depending on where we are in design and how much of the lead service lines were removed. I can't remember which streets you're talking about, but we are digitally keeping track of everything that we put out with our our professional services contract to ensure that those roads get done. Right now I can't guarantee when. I go back to the quality check, the processes that we have in place to ensure that we are having adequate drawings and specifications provided to us for a good design.
So how many roads are going to get done in the second ward? Because I see the same ones that were scheduled to be done in 2023 to 2024, and then one's going to be moved to 2025. So does that mean only 2, and then you guys going to reschedule it again? So that's why I propose to get a line item, and that money does not move anywhere until that road gets done.
We can't give you a line item. That's not a problem.
I don't think we should hold this over, though. If your concern is projects being delaying this by another 2 weeks or longer so that you get a line item list, it's just going to delay the process overall. There was an attachment to the documents that were given to us that gave us a map and identified all of the roads. If you want engineering to take it down to the nickel or the penny on what it's going to cost to redo a road, then you're just asking for them to lie to you.
Well,
Because nobody knows, once they dig up these roads, they don't know what they're going to see, what the change orders are going to look like. We are not engineers. That's why we hired an engineer. They have presented us with somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 10 documents to support this bid, and we have to get moving on these roads. And we all know that lead service lines have to be removed by a date certain. It's illegal to have them after a certain point, and we are doing everything we can to play catch-up after the last administration did nothing to remove those lines. So I think we should give engineering the benefit of the doubt. They're doing the best they can to get these roads replaced.
Okay, so the problem I'm having is that what is the fair share of the second ward? I want my ward to have its fair share of roads, just like yours, 9th Ward, and I want to make sure that my ward is being taken care of. I want my roads done. I got Melrose, I got Orchard, I got Fulton, Elmwood. Lady just talked about Washington. I know Washington is on the process. I have Elizabeth, Benny, Pearsall, Marshall, 8th, Cedar, Lloyd,
Yeah,
Washington
listen,
Park.
everyone's got their wish list.
Okay, then why am I not getting anything? Why
Let me
is the
ask you
second
this.
ward?
Let me ask you perhaps a more important question. Did you call engineering before this meeting and ask for this document?
I've asked about all of this a bunch of times.
Did you call them and ask for it? Or are you just trying to make a spectacle and flex for the second ward? Because that's what it seems like.
I need my ward taken care of. And
Call
if I
engineering
have
and
to
ask
do
for
line item,
ask for the
and
information.
That's my right.
May I say something?
Can I ask?
Who was first?
And so I want to encourage you, because there was no streets, none of my streets in my ward were on that list either. However, I'm moving forward. They did add a couple of my streets, but I understand we have a certain budget to work by. Am I correct?
Correct. That is
And
correct.
so that, and for all of us to get the fair share, they're honoring my request, and I want to thank you. And then, like it's been recommended, we sit with our departments, and so with this engineer, him and I have talked, as well as the other departments, so you can address those things, so we can expedite our time.
If I could just say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Let me just go. Because the original question is that if we can line item things. So back when I used to do construction, I used to do a budget for a whole project, and then that project included separate things like a roof, a siding, or whatever. So I can break it down and say, well, the siding is this much with this much, material and labor. This is what this costs, right? So what he's asking is, because I want to make sure we clarify, because yes, we can go over how we feel, and we want to make sure we advocate for our ward, right? But what he's asking specifically, what I think he's trying to get to is that every project, if you break it down, should have how much that street should cost, right? I mean, don't you guys, when you guys come with that whole amount, don't you have like an amount where that street is going to cost? What's budgeted for? What you guys, the estimated costs are going to be, right? Do you guys have that?
Do a high-level estimation, the quantity takeoff that's taken on the field, and that's what we pay the consultant because it is manpower, having people out there take quantities of all the items that we have
Can I
to
make
do.
a
So if you look at
suggestion,
your
Mayor?
documents, you have the schedule of prices. So that's all bulked in from all the other roads. That's how the schedule of prices gets developed.
So it's not divided in streets. It's just the whole
Divided in
project by
streets,
itself.
It's atypical. It's very uncommon for a municipality or a bidding document to have each one. It's just an exercise on our end to go back to the original takeoff items for each street and do the exercise of putting the contractor's price back to the cost of every road and giving you that as a reference number. No contractor will, again, right, it's atypical for a contract to have multiple tables of almost the same thing. We bulk it into one, we get the unit price, and then that's how we would give you the line item.
So in terms of what are the units measured? Is it like the feet?
Okay, listen, just real quick. I'm really sorry. The director of engineering is way too nice. What needs to be said is that the materials were attached to everything that we received in preparation for this meeting. I am staring at it, and I am happy to go through the
how
whole
many
thing
units then,
by
Tom?
cubic feet. Here we go. There are 42 line items here that I am happy to go through, both in cubic yards, pounds, square feet, some by each particular unit, using the word each, more square feet, foot. You want me to go through the price? You want me to go through
That's
the quantity?
not my question.
No, that
You're
is
just
it.
trying
We
to-
are wasting
I'm
our
asking
time.
a question.
We are wasting
If
our
you had
time.
a question, I would not interrupt you.
It's
If
all.
you had a question, I would respect you to
read the materials.
Okay.
Can I just say something? I mean, I know that you guys put these lists out and stuff, and when I think maybe change the wording. Instead of saying we're going to do this tentatively, I always tell my constituents, tentatively, if everything goes okay, we should be looking at this Berwick getting done or Elmwood. I'd never say, it's going to get done. You never know. We don't know what the elements with the weather. So I just feel that sometimes maybe the wording, maybe instead of saying it's going to get done tentatively, we like to see it get done. But I never tell my constituent, hey, this is going to be done. I always let them know if everything goes okay, then this is what we are shooting for, which
So
makes a big difference.
As you know, Alderman, Director Garland and myself have been in the position for about 2 years. We're gaining our legs and our gears a lot more are redefined now. And you can find actually that information on the Waukegan website. We developed a dashboard, and our policy is we don't put the streets on there unless we have council approval for either our engineering phase or our construction phase. The engineering phase includes the items that were already approved by City Council to start the design process. And going back to Alderman Guzman's first initial comment is, well, how come it didn't get done? Again, right, there's a lot of moving parts to have those projects move forward. Some are easier than others, but we still keep track of them because we are going to get those streets done. It's just a matter of when, projecting in the future. Part of the push of this administration is also having the 5-year capital plan. But with adequate staffing, we're able to move those projects forward, right? Because all that does take time. Also, keep in mind, my department also deals with the regulatory compliance in the city for economic development. So we do both right-of-way and private task in the city.
So
I think all our intentions are well met here, so I think that we have to stay focused on it. And, the
Mayor,
language here.
I'd like to make a motion to override the hold. I think if we vote on it and we override it, is that right, Stu? We can move forward with this now rather than delaying all these projects more time. My ward, we had roads done in my ward in November last year. It's already February. Let's get this stuff rolling. You can get all your
I
questions
got zero
answered.
done. Zero.
You have a lot of lead in your
2023,
ward.
zero. The second ward got zero.
Alderman Guzman, we're getting there, sir.
No,
We're
I
getting
understand.
there.
I understand, Director Garland. You're doing the best you can.
Holding this over for 2 weeks isn't going to change the past.
You just heard the residents here want roads done. We're trying to get them done.
But the
Got to work with us.
I was given,
We're getting there. Work with us, sir. Please.
Mayor, will someone second my motion to go ahead and move this
Seconded.
forward?
Second.
you know what? I'm going to withdraw because I have a lot of respect for Director Garland. And if he says the second ward's coming, second ward's coming. I'll expect it.
That's 30 minutes.
So
We're not
can
going
we
to get
have
back.
a roll call, please, on item E? Because we had a first and a second on it.
Hold on. So we had a first and a second on this from Florian and Turner, as Madam Clerk just reminded me. So you can, with the hold removed, you can move directly to a vote on item E.
Yep. Roll call, please.
Alderman Felix,
Aye.
Turner,
Aye.
Donnerworth,
All right.
Florian,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Bolton,
Aye.
Guzman,
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item F, can I have a first and a second?
Motion.
Alderman Turner, second was Alderman Martinez. Roll call, please.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes. Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item I, we have a first and a second to the motion, and then we'll have discussion.
First.
Alderman Florian, second.
Well,
Second.
second.
Alderman Bolton. This is a resolution approving a release and settlement with Diana Mangeras in case number 23CV05859, and this matter was presented in the Committee of the Whole on February 5th, 2024. Alderman Turner, you had questions or whatever?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement on this one. You know, we all watched the videos on this. The situation was described to us in great detail along with the video. The video was narrated to us in great detail. Excuse me. And we're making considering to make a settlement on this. And we never fight these lawsuits. We always cave, we always settle. In this case, this was an absolute good shoot, absolute. And much of, I want to change that. The exact circumstances or the scenario that evolved in this instance is exactly one of the scenarios that I teach in my self-defense classes. And there's no way that I, in good conscience, in consideration of taxpayer dollars, can vote to approve this settlement. My vote is no.
Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say that when we talk about public safety, I'm glad we resolved this lawsuit, and I'm glad we settled. Because this is a good example how we're practicing public safety. Thank you.
With that said, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
No.
Donnerworth.
No, being involved in the same item like this, that was the perfect shoot. There was no problem with anything. I don't agree with this at all.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
It's very conflicting. I'm in the business world also, and I've always been taught save the money. If you're going to save money, go with the lesser evil instead of trying to gamble because you don't know what's going to happen. And I believe this is the lesser evil, so that's why I'm going to vote aye.
You voted yes?
Correct, aye.
Thank you. Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we're going to
Motion to go into closed session.
executive session.
Motion to go into executive session.
Alderman Turner, a second. Alderman Martinez, this just needs a voice.
Yeah, so we know we need a roll call vote, and the grounds to go are for the acquisition of real property pursuant to Section 2C5 and employee performance and discipline pursuant to Section 2C1.
Okay, so staff that doesn't need to be here.
We need a roll call vote on
please.
this.
Yes.
Please.
Alderman Felix. Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes. Bolton. Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So moved, Mayor.
Can I have a motion to reconvene? Alderman Florian is the first. I need a second.
Second.
A second.
Alderman Bolton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. It is now Alderman time, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Thank you. One moment as my computer turns back on. All right. Well, I'll make it as quick as possible. So I did want to make sure I say congratulations again for Shiloh's Baptist Church for their amazing ceremony, an amazing accomplishment in having their mortgage paid off 100%. And it was nice turnout, and so congratulations to them. I want to say also I attended UMA Centers. They had a graduation for their GED program. They're in the 4th Ward. They're an amazing organization. I always want to bring them up because part of having our residents evolve and get better or help themselves out is also to promote the services that we have within our city. So UMA Centers, they have a Spanish class that you can get your GED in English and Spanish, whichever you decide to, or know people that need help in. Have financial literacy programs, basic computer classes, Microsoft Excel classes, and affordable housing program as well. And they also have a food harvest program, which they provide free food for those in need. Please reach out to them at www.umacenters.org or give them a call. And also I do want to announce that I will be doing a job fair in April. So right now what I announce it is those employers that are wanting to participate, please reach out to me so we can get a list of participating people that are wanting to join the job fair. It's going to be in April, so we have plenty of time to get a list and organize a great event. So please reach out to me. Last thing, I also wanted to, put a motion to, let's see here, I apologize, to amend the ordinance for the signs. Do you know what that ordinance is, the sign, the eye catcher sign?
So this would be, okay, the provision of the sign that allowed eye catcher signs as temporary signs?
So is that a ordinance that has to do with all of the signage?
It's a portion of the larger sign ordinance, yes.
Because I want to make an ordinance to allow also sandwich boards on their private property for businesses. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so that would be something that we would put then on committee of the whole for discussion.
Can we, well, what was that? That's in when?
We go to code and revisions?
Well, just as a practice, we've been sending everything to committee of the whole because that gives the whole council a chance to consider alderman-sponsored amendments, rather than it going to code revisions, which is chaired by the mayor and has a limited scope of people.
So I wouldn't put, because I don't think it's a big issue. I would just put, I want to put the motion, part of the motion to put it to the code and revisions.
So that could only be on property that, like it
That
wasn't
they
on
own.
sidewalks or anything like that.
But if it's their property, like the actual, like it's in their property that has a sidewalk.
That has sidewalk, did you say?
Yeah, like if it's their part of inside their property. So like whoever the owner is of a property, they can put it in their sidewalk.
Well, sidewalks are not private property, though.
Yeah, all sidewalks, well, most sidewalks are public property. And so like a sandwich board on like a portion of a property that was owned exclusively by a business, that may already be a permitted temporary sign. We'd have to check with the, probably, I'd have to look at the code.
Okay, well, if we can put that forward only on private property, not city-owned or...
Or something like that, you know what I mean?
So if the owner of the, like on the mall, well, if the owner of property owns it, and it's not, it looks like a sidewalk or whatever, I mean, they'll be subject to, you know, whatever the owner allows. That's how, I mean, I think, the sandwich boards that I'm talking about, hopefully, if you guys want to pull it up, I mean, it's just the ones, the boards that open up and people take them out. I mean, it's something that I don't see why people would get citations or not be allowed to use them. I mean, it's something that a lot of businesses use.
Have you been, are you aware that people have gotten citations for it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When it came up to my attention, and I told Alderman Turner about it, and we were like, and some of the other aldermen, well, that doesn't make sense to
I
me.
had a similar recent note issue. The citation wasn't actually issued, but last week one situation was brought to my attention about a sandwich board up on Greenwood too. So yeah, there's a concern about it.
George Charles, do you happen to know if it was? Do you have any idea of this or no?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'll tell you that the only problem I would have is if we're going to be ADA friendly, they shouldn't be blocking any kind of egress paths in and out of the place. If it's a public sidewalk, that shouldn't be allowed. If it's on a private little walkway to the front door, but that would be blocking the path going in and out of the place. Usually those are only 3-4 feet wide. So it'd be kind of hard to have a sandwich board sign and a 3-foot clearance for the sidewalk. So something to think about, and I'm not trying to change your mind. It's
Yeah.
just something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if it fits within, if it's enough space or whatnot, but that'd be, I think, an issue of.
It's going to be very few places that will fit into that category, and you're going to have to watch that not everybody thinks, well, they got a sandwich board, so I can get it, and it's clearly different, and we're going to have to just make sure that people understand
Yeah.
it. That's an education system.
They'll get cited. I mean, you know, if they're not allowed to, I'm pretty sure. So,
And
yeah.
just to be clear, that we haven't actually, did we say that we're not doing committee of the whole on the 20th? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So I got a second on that. Can we?
Second, to put it on the committee of the whole.
I did.
I second.
Sorry.
Okay.
So do we go roll call or?
You need a vote to put it on an agenda?
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
No.
Hayes.
No.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. One more. Let's see. Sandwich board. So I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to continue incident reports to alderperson already redacted for us to be able to share to our constituents.
I'll second that.
Okay, the problem with that is, even redacted, we are getting into HIPAA violations and everything else. So, Corporate Counsel, do you want to address that?
If I can make a comment as well.
One, you can't, that kind of direction you cannot give at this meeting. You could do it at a future meeting that was not on the agenda. So I think that it would be useful to talk further with Chief Navarro about that, and we can consider it at a future, we can consider further communications at a future agenda, but you cannot make that motion tonight.
So how would I start that, move it forward?
Why can't you make the motion?
Yeah.
Because you can't direct staff to do something at this meeting that is a policy decision. What you're asking, what you're basically, you're trying to get around doing a resolution or an ordinance by the way it was phrased.
So how can I phrase it where it's not that way, so we can vote on it next council meeting?
Yeah, I mean,
Resolution.
in my opinion, this actually goes beyond the purview of the city council as a legislative body. This deals with communications, internal communications by the police department. I would advise that you speak directly with the mayor and Chief Navarro about that.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
It's Alderman time right now.
So we cannot make any resolution or something to put forward, Stu, pertaining to this specifically?
We can make a,
Once again, I think you've raised the issue, and I would advise that you speak with the mayor and the chief, and I will also confer with you about this. I think the significant incident reports have been discontinued at this point. And so the question is what you would actually be looking for. The police department puts out a weekly blotter report. That's fine, but they're not making the type of reports that you're asking for right now. And so directing the police department staff to create records that are not legally required to do so under state law, that skirts very much into the purview of the chief and the mayor's purview. And I once again would highly recommend that,
He's our corporate counsel. We should probably listen to him.
Yeah, he didn't finish.
It's beyond your powers.
I'll have a conversation with the mayor and the police chief. That was the last thing. Thank you.
Alderman Turner.
thank you. So, Mayor, you keep talking about HIPAA violations, and you cannot have a HIPAA violation if you don't have a contractual agreement of some sort with the subject at hand.
Incorrect.
Information, that's not incorrect, Stu. I just did HIPAA again last week. The information that's provided in those reports does not contain names nor addresses or any other personally identifiable information. So this allegation that there's a HIPAA violation is not true. We don't. The residents of Waukegan are not under a contractual obligation or in any contractual relationship with the city of Waukegan. So if we say Mary Jo stubbed her foot, that is not a HIPAA violation. Or if you say a 16-year-old boy or a 36-year-old man bumped his head, that's not a HIPAA violation.
Anyone that we provide health care services to, if our paramedics encounter someone, if they provide treatment, if they provide transport, and we provide information regarding that treatment or transport, that is personally identifiable information, it's personal health information that we are not allowed to transmit under HIPAA.
Okay,
And I just did a training with the full staff, including police records, on this specific issue. I can come and have my colleague Ben Schuster come and give a training to the city council as well.
That'd be excellent, Stu. Thank you.
And
All
I mean,
right,
that's
so-
something that an alderman could have gone to that training and learned that. But the reality of it is, do we want to take on the risk of getting sued before we find out?
So wouldn't it be just easy, just say, hey, chief, don't release any age of people who accidentally bumped their head? But anyway, all right, thank you. I do want to thank John Schwab, who's not here, but he did provide a monthly treasurer's report for the month of December last year and the month of January this year. In December last year, we had a total of $174,107,389.41 was the total balance of our cash and investments. And investments were running at 97% of that total. And then for January this year, grand total was $174,222,222.63, and that was 98% of our investments got us to that total. So, and I do appreciate John being responsive to my inquiry regards the Treasury report. We still have not gotten a quarterly report from the Chamber of Commerce, and you'll remember, Mayor, when you guys, not me, the rest of the council approved the $10 per year lease for office space. I asked you if we could get a quarterly report. You agreed. That was to be part of the lease agreement. We haven't seen one yet, and I think that agreement was signed back in We're due one for October, and in January, we're not getting any reports from Chamber of Commerce. In the 6th Ward and across the city, we've had some pretty warm weather, and it looks like it's going to continue to be warm in the 30s and 40s. We get one day of snow in March, I think. But anyway, Public Works is out doing potholes, and this is, if you got potholes, you need them fixed, contact Public Works directly or contact your alderman or contact me. They are diligently working and being as responsive as they can. Regards garbage blowing out of the garbage cans, a lot of folk, several folk in the 6th Ward have been overfilling their garbage cans, and I noticed that many people don't use garbage bags. So invest in garbage bags, put your garbage in a bag, put it in the can. If you do see trash that's blown out of the can, take it upon yourself to pick it up. I want to recognize just a thankful recognition for the finance department. Don, Sherry, and Sean, they do a great job. And especially Don, he's been here in a temporary capacity now for what, a year or so? 2 years, wow. So thanks to Don Schultz for his efforts on behalf of the city of Waukegan. Also want to mention Jessica Conkey and Larissa Culpepper in the HR department for the excellent work they're doing. George Sellis and Miguel Rivera, extremely responsive, and I really appreciate that, George. You know I do. One of the things, you know, I know, man, there's been a lot of confusion about this Public Safety Committee. I kept asking you about this many times. I think I'm up to 11 times, but I'm not asking for it now. I just want to say that one of the things that could have been discussed in a public safety committee, amongst many other things, was the situation with Vista Health or the hospital and what its impact is or can be on the city of service, on emergency services through our EMT services. And I would like to ask Chief Pazer, what has the impact been and what's the alternative? What's plan B? So where are we transporting our trauma patients to if you get the call? Where would they go now?
He's walking up. I'll start that conversation. Right now, our Trauma 1 patients are automatically taken to Condell. That has been happening all along. Okay, now that Chief Pazer's here, I'll let him finish.
I actually had something written for the council meeting tonight, so I'm just going to read that because it'll be easier. So here we go. Mayor Taylor and council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on this very important topic that is affecting so many residents in the city of Waukegan and our surrounding communities. First, let me be very open and clear that when you call 911, nothing in Waukegan is going to change. You are still going to get one of our 5 ambulances, our paramedics, and the amazing treatment that you need and deserve. Let me next say that even though Vista has lost their level 2 trauma certification, for 90% of our EMS calls, nothing will change at all. These patients will still be transported to Vista as they would have been before. 86 EMS calls that we went to last month in the month of January, and only 60 of them would have required a level 1 or a level 2 trauma center. From the time we heard about this announcement Friday evening until right now, there has been not one call that we would have transported out of town because of the change at Vista. For our serious trauma calls, including shootings, stabbings, serious car accidents with obvious signs of trauma or likelihood of internal injuries, these calls have been and will continue to go to Condell Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center. The calls that involve trauma but not as serious to go to a level 1 will be transported to Lake Forest, Highland Park, and Condell. Please know that our paramedics are the best in the business. They are highly skilled and highly trained to treat the patient and make an educated decision on which hospital to transport the patient to. Once this decision is made, our paramedics call the receiving hospital, and if the nurse or the doctor that they speak to feels the patient should be seen at a higher level of care, then will be diverted. and we have all the necessary equipment and staffing should this happen. Patients having a heart attack, stroke, difficulty breathing, mental health problems, overdoses, minor broken bones, minor burns, or back pain from a low-speed car accident can still be transported to Vista. None of these calls have changed at all. Obviously, if Vista does close its doors, God forbid that happens, we will have much bigger problem from an operational standpoint. Our command staff has already met. We met this morning and planned for this if that day comes. We will adjust accordingly if we need to. The well-being of our residents and the patients is our #1 priority. We hope Vista can quickly clear up all issues with the IDPH and continue to be the hospital that we have counted on for many years. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much, Chief. What about Flight for Life? Are they still landing over there?
So Flight for Life is still available. We don't use them very often only because Condell is so close. They call it the golden hour. So if it's going to take you more than an hour to get to a level 1 trauma center, then we would call Flight for Life to get them here. But most of the time when we call flight to this area, they actually end up just flying straight to Condell. So it's usually quicker than waiting for the helicopter to come and land, assess. Correct, just to drive there.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, that's it for my Alderman's comments.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Donnerworth.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank Chief Navarro and the police department for helping me out at Greenwood School. We've had so many complaints about the people parking over there, people bringing their kids in the morning, and they're really blatant they'll park right in your driveway. They'll park in your driveway and they'll walk their kid to school. And people will come out and they will say, you got to move your car, and they're not going to move it. They start arguing with them. The crossing guard lady has been called so many names. I can't believe what she tells me. People are calling her just to stop cars to get these kids to school. But I sent that to the police department and everyone else, and they're out today. And they wrote some tickets for some people parking wrong, and hopefully they'll get it through their head that you can't park over there. But I was over there last week, and then I was over there this afternoon, and it's a little bit better this afternoon, but last week they were parked all over. Yellow meant nothing. At least they weren't parking in a driveway when I was there, because the one person I kind of mentioned to, I said, you can't park there. They moved. But other than that, it's just crazy over there. They just park and they get out and they walk their kids. And then when I was there for a while, they didn't come back. They just left the car there. So, 20 minutes, half hour, I don't know what these people are doing in there unless they're helping out for the day or whatever. But just, like I said, thank you very much, Chief, and I hopefully they help. They'll be over there this week or whatever, and if somebody can swing by, it would be fantastic. Code enforcement, thank you. You've been doing great. Everything like that. City yards, phenomenal. It's been great. Any calls I've made, everything we're taking care of, and been able to talk to them on the weekend too, Miguel's been really good. He's been giving me a call back. He's been talking to me and texting me, and so it's been working out pretty good. Just a couple things. And other than that, just stay safe and keep your eyes open. And yeah, especially with it getting warmer now. Kids are running all over. And just make sure you know where you are and make sure you're safe. That's all I got. Thank you.
Alderman Florian.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a couple of quick things. I want to congratulate Shiloh Baptist Church on a great achievement and a great event. I was able to attend the service, and there was a lot of great energy and a lot of great music. It was just a really nice event. So congratulations on their achievement in paying off their education center. This last Wednesday night, I participated in the Point in Time Count. We go out once a year in cooperation with the Lake County Coalition for the Homeless and count the homeless on the street. I encourage everyone here to try and participate in it at some point. This is the third or fourth time I've done it. You go out about 10:30 at night and stay out till about 2 in the morning, and there's different teams. You cover different areas. We found a woman and her son who had been living in their car for over 2 years. I can't imagine. I've been telling people I have a 2,000 square foot house and it's just me and my husband, and sometimes I want to strangle him. I cannot imagine if we had to sit next to each other for 2 years, one of us would be dead. I would put my money on him, but that's just me. But anyway, I'm making light of a serious situation, but it's just a really amazing thing to participate in, and I encourage everyone to think about doing it. Last year, we found 30 people. This year, so far, it's over 80. They're still kind of trying to figure out the final numbers, so it's almost 3 times as much, which I figured it would be higher with everything that's been going on. So anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, as we wrap up this evening, I think it might make sense to take stock of what we accomplished today. So aside from approving payroll and settlement of a lawsuit, barely, we debated a public safety committee whose goal is community health, community safety, and protecting our community youth. After that debate, we then championed the sale of unregulated drugs. I'm floored by the contradiction that we were able to accomplish tonight. In fact, the quote, I wrote it down, is, "The whole purpose is to get some revenue from this." The whole purpose is to get some revenue from this. That's related to the drugs, yet we're talking about a public safety committee and what it may or may not accomplish. That contradiction is alarming to me, and I will continue to oppose a public safety committee if we are going to continue to push through the unregulated sale of products from any establishment within the city. It's incredibly unfortunate. We're again making motions without talking to department heads and understanding the implications and feasibility of such proposals. We are spending time up here, it's now 11:23, discussing items that we don't even know if it's possible to enact, and then after getting very, very clear and cautious language from our own attorney to not discuss something, we push back, we push back, we push back, and we question. And I for the life of me, I cannot understand that. I think, wanting to accomplish and wanting to make motions, I agree with all of that, but have a conversation behind the scenes. What does that motion look like? What are the practical implications? How do we implement it? Who's it going to impact? Just ask some really basic questions and then bring it to the forefront. Because we just look uninformed and confused when we do it that way. I'm just going to reiterate the point. I'm extremely, extremely concerned by the take of, by certain individuals' take on the sale of this THC byproduct. And I think we really did ourselves a disservice tonight, and we did the community a disservice. So, thank you.
Alderman Bolton.
Yes, I want to congratulate Charlotte Baptist Church for their mortgage burning, as it already has been acknowledged. I also want to congratulate our reappointment for the Historical Preservation Board. And with that being said, they took time to acknowledge AME Church for the 111th year within my ward. So they're doing quite distinguished things out there. And I want to acknowledge our Pat Jones for attending tonight and giving her input, as well as our Senator, Adrian Johnson. And I also want to extend condolence to her and her family, the losing of one of their family members. And I also like to acknowledge our Vice Chair, Board Mary Cunningham, for attending tonight. And then I also want to announce that in the First Ward, a new business is called Arise at the location of 118 South Genesee. They're offering music lessons for anyone that wants to unlock and cultivate their music ability. And then I also like to acknowledge a new business. We've been talking about how do you deal with trauma? So the organization is called Community Healing, which hosted an event about a week ago. And they're going to be offering case management, all forms of therapy, and that's going to be under the leadership of the JIC community. And they're going to be offering free counseling service to those that have experienced trauma. And also in the First Ward, we're continuing our after-school program at 590 South Genesee Street under Pastor Barbara Brown. And then I'm glad that it was announced that we're going to keep, hopefully, Vista Hospital open, because I myself had to visit, I had a medical emergency myself, so it's definitely needed in our First Ward, and within our city. And then I, too, am glad we're going to hopefully ban an unregulated drug. I've worked with children in trauma that have been affected by different substance use. I've also have had to watch a great deal of my clients buried and die from mood-altering substances, and we definitely need to ban this substance that's going to impact our youth as well as those of our city. So with that being said, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Alderman Guzman.
Excuse me. Good evening. I know it's a late night and everybody wants to just go home. It's been one roller coaster. A columnist that brought up an alderman on his, basically he just passed, and basically bad-mouthing him and saying that we didn't get along. That is not true. I actually met Alderman Tempest back when I was the president of the PTO.
Speak into the mic, sir.
Yes, can you hear me now? Better? Okay, so it was far from the truth, because I actually met Alderman Tempest back when I was the president of the PTO at Glenfleur Elementary School. While we were there, we were having issues with cars going there, and it was a big mess. And Alderman Tempest, I remember him, first time I ever met him, came down there, and he had his hand into everything, and he looked at it, and he actually had police officers get there and move cars along. And after that, I even remember even more, because one time I was at my aunt's house, and he would come there all hours of the night and see what was going on his ward, and he was very popular. I remember my buddy wanted his deck done, and they wouldn't let him do it. And my buddy told him, Larry, I want it this way. If not, I'm just not going to do it. And, you know, after a day or two, Larry came back and said, you know what, Jimmy, it's yours. Do it the way you want, and he got it done. And he was loved for many, many years. Yes, he did vote against me on the electoral vote, what was that, 4 years ago? But you know what? It's just business. That's all it is. This is just business. It's not personal. He actually comes down, he came down to the restaurant, and I served him, and we had a talk a bunch of times afterwards. So there's no animosity. This is just business. Okay? There's no bad feeling, no nothing. I mean, we could have a discussion and everything, and then 2 minutes later, hey, what are you doing? You want to go watch game or something like that? It's just business. This isn't personal, so don't take it personal. Secondly, when I was advised about the trauma center of Vista East, I was very, very upset. How could we lose this? How could we not know? There should have been signs 6 months ago, at least 6 months ago, and I was ready to start yelling. But then I found out that it was only one meeting, so it's not, you can't be up to speed on one meeting. So basically, I just feel the columnist was a little. What can I say, jump to conclusion after one meeting. They can't, I mean, you have one meeting, you can't understand the whole process of a hospital and how it's going. So I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, and that he did a good job. The trustee did a good job, and he did his best, especially after one meeting. And I'm glad that Senator Johnson, Mayor Ann Taylor are going to start taking meetings with them and trying to get this fixed, because we are a city of 100,000 people in here, and other communities depend on Vista East having that level 2 drama, even like the mayor said, even upgraded to a level 1 drama. So trauma, sorry, not drama. So I'm hoping those conversations prevail, but we need this ASAP, because I mean, Chief Fazer and his staff do a great job. They're great, but I mean, if you have to transport somebody an extra 10 minutes or 15 minutes, that's something huge. And it sounds like Chief Fazer's ready for the fight, but I would like this taken care of as quickly as possible. Next thing I'd like to speak about line item E and F that I pulled aside. I'm very passionate about my ward. I get complaints about roads all the time, and I understand we're in the south side, the older part of the town, and there is a lot of lead and stuff like that, but there's also that we were trying to get exemptions that we don't go, 4 or 6 inches deep. We actually only go 1 or 2 inches deep just to resurface the top of it, so at least to get some of these roads fixed, and then come back maybe 5 years later, 10 years later, and actually fix the problem. Because you got to remember, these lead service lines are actually a 20-year project. So you could actually do a road right now, and then come back here 10 years from now and actually do the lead service. So not all roads are expected to do that. So, but like I said, I'm very passionate about my ward, and I need to stick out for him, and I just felt that's why I ran in the first place, because I felt that nothing was being done and nothing was being spoken out, and then every time a resident would come up, and I didn't feel nothing was moving forward, so that's why I'm very passionate about what is being done, and move and get the fair share that the South Side and the Second Ward deserve. Remember, another thing, it's getting lighter outside, so that means kids are starting to come out, because it's also getting warmer. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I think we're going to be in the 50s in a couple days. So a lot of people are going to be out moving around. Let's keep an eye on them, and if it's during the week, make sure you watch out for the, like I always mention, the school buses, those stop signs, very important, because every single time I go out, I at least see one stop sign being ran, and I don't like it, because some kid could be run right in front of it or behind it and get hit. So let's keep an eye on that, and I guess that's about it. I think I would happily say Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Alderman Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Council. First of all, I want to give special thanks to Pastor Charles Ivy for the wonderful innovation tonight, and it was poignant and it was much needed. It's definitely at a time when we are going through in our city. With that being said, I also, along with much of the council here, had the pleasure of attending the special mortgage burning, which Shiloh Baptist Church was held maybe a week ago. It was such a milestone to see and also experience that, but I was so impressed with the loyalty of so many different public officials. It really was a who's who. We had the Illinois Supreme Courts. We had many people that attended that it was just an impression. I was hoping we can take a picture, but I was very impressed with that, and I do congratulate them on their special milestone. Special thanks goes out to Ms. Patricia Jones, and of course, a great friend of mine, and also a great pastor, Charles Ivy. They do wonderful things at that church, and I've been there a few times, and I just want to personally commend them for their milestone and what they given back to the community and continue to do. I also want to, I hope for the very best what was going on with Vista East. We do need a hospital here, very important, but I also want to commend Coroner Bannock, who spearheaded and investigated this whole thing. If it wasn't for her, who knows what would have happened. So I just want to give her a special thanks, and you know, thanks for all you've done and to bringing it to the forefront. It is unfortunate, but something we must endure. But I hope that in the long run, it'll work out for all of us. I think putting our heads together, and as you all witnessed today with the press, with so many people with concerns, it really showed us that we do need a hospital here, you know. So I'm looking forward for some kind of resolution for all of us. So then I'm going to also want to comment about the update with the situation with the Brookside campus with the picking up the other students in the after school, you know, in the residential streets. I do appreciate all the residents who have been reaching out and continue to reach out and offer their solutions. I would like to make sure that I am included in any kind of dialogue, because I am the alderman there, and to be an effective leader, you have to make sure you have all the information you need to relate to your constituents. So I don't care what it is. I just ask that I am included in that dialogue to move this thing forward. Alderman Downwards, it seems that he's experiencing the same things that we're experiencing, also Alderman Felix. So it is a grandfather citywide problem that needs a resolution, and I am determined to get something done. All right, I just want to let everyone know. And finally, I do have a ward meeting. I am going to, hopefully, if everything goes okay, it is going to be on Saturday, March the 30th. At 1:30, location is to come. So I am hoping that I can get representation from the different departments to answer those hard questions that I cannot answer: Public Works, code enforcement, anyone who you know, who is part of the city that can contribute and be part of that meeting. I would appreciate it. I really don't have anything else, but if you need to get a hold of me, my number is 847-390-2689, and more than ever before, let's all be safe, let's all be mindful, and let's all be a good neighbor. Good night.
Okay, before I make a motion to adjourn, I'll add two quick things. When you were talking about that we have 30 years or 20 years to fix lead lines, they are currently working on legislation to make that 10 years. So that may very well change. What you'll see is we are now taking out forgivable loans, which about 49% will be forgivable, only because there's not the grants available. So we will still be responsible for loan money that we take out for lead service lines. So keep that in mind when we're talking budget. Two, we are working with the school district. The school district has blocked a lot of entrances into their schools and put cars into the streets, and then want our officers to be out there doing that. That's not fair to us. I can't take officers off the street to do traffic control. This is where the school has to work at finding and reconfiguring their schools so that bus paths can happen around the buildings. Many of them have properties for that to happen, and that's one of the things we're in discussion with right now. Obviously, that affects their budget, so they're not, you know, happy. But I can't tie up officers doing traffic control for schools. So that's the latest on that one. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Alderman Martinez, second was Alderman Guzman. All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
I should say good night, but it's probably good morning. Good night, everyone.